dan mengganti dingin menjadi hangat. Di antara pucuk-pucuk dedaunan dan tetes-tetes embun di pagi hari, langit pun tersenyum di atas samparan sawah hijau di bumi Gerbang Salam, Pamekasan hebat. Kabupaten Pamekasan merupakan salah satu distrik di wilayah Madura yang terkenal dengan keindahan alam, karya seni, berikut juga nilai budaya, sejarah, dan spiritualnya. Pada tahun 2009, Kabupaten Pamekasan dikukuhkan sebagai sentra batik di Jawa Timur, di mana sekar jagad sebagai corak khas batik Pamekasan tercatat dalam rekor muri setelah berhasil dibuat hingga mencapai panjang 1.530 meter dalam satu kali pembuatan. Di bidang adat dan budaya, kabupaten yang satu ini juga masih kental dengan nilai-nilai khas ketimuran masyarakat Madura yang sangat akulturistik dan spiritualis. Kesan elegan itu akan tampak dari arek lancor yang berdiri tegak sebagai lambang keteguhan dan kekuatan masyarakat Pamekasan. Selain itu, local wisdom dalam urusan tata administrasi kabupaten kota terpampang nyata sebagai warisan sejarah melalui penjelasan Rondo Sukawati. Memasuki era milenial dalam masa pemerintahan Bupati terpilih Bapak Badrul Tamam, sarjana psikologi, masa bakti 2018-2023, Pamekasan hebat kian menunjukkan eksistensinya sebagai bagian penting dari kemajuan bangsa. Hal ini tercermin dari berbagai perbaikan pada beberapa sistem pemerintahan sosial. Hal tersebut juga terlihat dari komitmen pemerintah untuk mewujudkan pelayanan kesehatan berjalan melalui program unggulan Satu Desa, Satu Perawat, Satu Ambulan. Adapun program ini dimaksudkan untuk memastikan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional dan terbaik kepada masyarakat Pamekasan. Video berikut akan menampilkan profil perawat profesional dan kinerja yang dedikatif ketika program ini berjalan. Semoga ke depan Pamekasan semakin hebat. Raja Pecreh Tor Parcuke. Selamat menyaksikan. Alhamdulillah bisa bermanfaat untuk masyarakat. Ini berkat program pemerintah yang luar biasa, yaitu Satu Desa, Satu Perawat, Satu Ambulan. Di desa ini juga alhamdulillah masyarakatnya 80% sudah sehat, hanya sekitar 20% yang mengalami gejala sakit ringan dan beberapa membutuhkan perawatan yang intensif.
Halo, Assalamualaikum. Pamekasan hebat, ada yang dapat saya bantu?
Waalaikumsalam Pak, ika gula ada IV Pak. Terang bereng ngoni. Dan sepo gula songkan nika mikir serem panas nika oleh 2 hari. Tapi nika katina apa Pak?
Engki, sambian compon sebeda i budin roman kale gunah kadis engki.
Engki leras Pak.
Engki secepatnya gula alengki dek kanika engki. Sore, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Beneran.
Perawat desa bergegas mendatangi warga yang sedang sakit dengan fasilitas ambulan desa.
Assalamualaikum. Tadi mah orang sebut.
Hari sepo berde dalam ketok.
Ngereng.
Ngereng.
Pak Chandra. Sambian senapa-napa are se mintre. 2 hari. Cair. Panas oleh senapa are.
2 hari.
Efek adimit serang lagi. Pak Pak Chandra sang Pak Uday. Pak Chandra cokop erabat compo ingki manabi panasa dekik sampean cokop kompres ke PN terus juga sarang kang tengah manabi pakun panas anikah beda obat nyamana paracetamol paling lagi sehari semalam telokan nabi mencret Pak ki sampean di gula paling nak orali nikah mana bisa sobung sambian bisa ke BTB carana sambian setung sendok gula pasir so setengah sendok buja aneka kupek neng aing segelas lalu pas minum paham iki paham antar lekas beres Pak tore Pak oh Pak mana bibi familinya sampian, keluarganya sampian, otak tetangga sampian, beda sesongkan, dekik leras hubungi nomor nikah gula perawat pisah galis. Gula hubunginya KI. Tore. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Keesokan harinya, perawat mengevaluasi ulang pasien yang sedang dirawatnya kemarin.
Halo, assalamualaikum.
Eki, waalaikumsalam Pak. Eki.
Pak, tadi apa kabar orang sekolah si beri kadisa?
Alhamdulillah Pak. Alhamdulillah yang sebuah gula oleh saya kiban oleh toron terus masjid oleh orangnya. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah Pak, samu ke lekas beres. Ki, tore Pak Ki. Assalamualaikum.
Eki, waalaikumsalam.
Beberapa saat kemudian, ada panggilan masuk ke call center perawat desa.
Halo, assalamualaikum. Pamekasan hebat, ada yang dapat saya bantu?
Waalaikumsalam. Anu kan to Mas, le Agus, le dari Kelis kan to. Terus lapor lagi naring sepoten dulu le songkan deh Pak. Sek pas asroda ada kan pas aku.
Sambian compong si beda ibu dan romana pamungah kak di sini.
Oh iki leres. Waalaikumsalam.
Perawat kembali bergegas dengan langkah pasti dan penuh dedikasi untuk kesehatan yang optimal masyarakat desa.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Aku Pak.
Engki, kak di mana Bapak?
Dalam Pak.
Tore.
Ini.
Engki. Pak. Sambian telepon apa are sih sek Pak? Keluar apa Pak? Sakit dada sekiri. Kak di mana sih sakit? Sekiri. Apa Pak? Ada satu terus kebudi. Tinggal di sarang gue lagi periksa sini. Pak Agus, Bapak nikah tak cukup nyerabat di cokok. Kau tuh rujuk ke puskesmas. Entah kenapa?
Iki Pak saya Pak.
Laraski, mana bisa sampai dulu di bulan ini pernahin dan pihak puskesmas Malaysia Pak ini. Bapak sering sampean sampai siapa di bulan ini.
Perawat desa menghubungi puskesmas setempat.
Halo, assalamualaikum. Pamekasan hebat. Ada yang bisa dibantu?
Waalaikumsalam. Mbak, ini Mas Moin, perawat desa Galis. Oh iya, Mbak. Rencananya hari ini saya ingin merujuk pasien ke puskesmas. Dengan kondisi pasien sekarang sesak, pasien tampak lemah, kemudian tekanan darah tinggi, dan mengeluhkan nyeri dada sebelah kiri tembus punggung, Mbak.
Oh ya, baik Mas Muin, kami tunggu.
Oh iya, Mbak. Terima kasih.
Mbak, barusan dapat telepon dari perawat desa. Akan ada pasien dengan keluhan tekanan darah tinggi, sesak napas, nyeri dada ke punggung. Tolong kamu siapkan alat, biar saya yang konsul ke dokter. Oke, Mbak Betty. Permisi, dokter.
Ya Mbak, masuk.
Dokter, saya mau lapor.
Ya.
Ada pasien rujukan dari perawat desa dengan keluhan tekanan darah tinggi, sesak napas, terus nyeri dada tembus ke punggung.
Ya, minta tolong siapkan Mbak.
Baik, dokter.
Pasien dibawa perawat desa dengan fasilitas ambulan ke puskesmas setempat. Jika ada kasus yang membutuhkan perawatan intensif, perawat desa bertindak sebagai advokator untuk mendukung kepentingan dan kesehatan pasien.
Keluarga Bapak Abdul dan Mas Muin silahkan masuk. Mari saya antar Pak. Silahkan duduk Pak.
Pak, dari hasil pemeriksaan, Pak Abdul diperlukan perawatan intensif. Jadi harus dirujuk ke rumah sakit Smart. Saya sudah siapkan untuk rujukannya. Bagaimana?
Katina apa kan Pak? Sekali saya.
Leres, menapi kondisi Pak Abdu, Pak bisa rujuk ke rumah sakit umum. Jadi apa? Antian setuju.
Iki Pak, tak pernah.
Iya, Dok. Keluarga pasien dirujuk.
Baik, saya siapkan. Mbak, minta tolong siapkan.
Baik, Dok.
Assalamualaikum. Pamekasan hebat, bisa dibantu?
Waalaikumsalam. Saya Devi, perawat puskesmas Galis. Di sini saya akan merujuk pasien dengan keluhan keadaan umum lemah, tekanan darah tinggi, sesak nafas, nyeri dada tembus punggung.
Siap, saya tunggu.
Perawat desa dan perawat puskesmas merujuk pasien ke Rumah Sakit Smart Pamekasan dengan fasilitas ambulan desa.
Terima kasih, pasien sudah tertangani dan atas kerjasamanya kami sampaikan terima kasih. Pamekasan memang hebat.
Mari kita terus berbuat untuk Kabupaten Pamekasan tercinta agar semakin maju di berbagai bidang. Dan siapapun kita, teruslah berbuat yang terbaik agar kelak nama kita tercatat harum sebagai pelaku sejarah kemajuan bangsa. Sebab bukan apa yang bangsa dan negara berikan kepada kita, tapi apa yang bisa kita berikan kepada bangsa dan negara. Salam Pamekasan hebat, PPNI Jaya!
Ya, baik Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sesaat lagi acara webinar internasional akan segera kita mulai. Sebelum kegiatan kita mulai, izin kami akan menyampaikan tata tertib untuk kegiatan webinar. Yang pertama, peserta wajib mengikuti kegiatan webinar sesuai dengan rundown yang sudah disiapkan. Kemudian silakan untuk melakukan rename di akun masing-masing dengan format peserta underscore nama lengkap underscore instansi. Peserta diharapkan on kamera selama pelaksanaan webinar, serta menggunakan virtual background yang telah di-share. Metode pembelajaran dalam webinar kali ini adalah ceramah dan tanya jawab, dan kemudian peserta diwajibkan untuk mengisi link kehadiran yang ada di SID yang sudah disematkan di WA Group. Selanjutnya, mohon kiranya untuk seluruh peserta menggunakan pakaian yang rapi dan sopan. Pada saat kegiatan webinar berlangsung, seluruh peserta dalam mode mute. Pertanyaan boleh dituliskan dalam kolom chat atau disampaikan saat sesi tanya jawab. Selanjutnya, peserta wajib mengakses pembelajaran melalui pelataran sehat atau LMS dan menyelesaikan proses sampai dengan evaluasi. Seluruh peserta wajib mengikuti kegiatan dari awal sampai akhir webinar, serta untuk akses webinar di LMS sampai dengan hari Sabtu hari ini jam 23. Ya, selanjutnya kami umumkan juga bahwasanya pembelajaran di LMS bisa dimulai jam 9 dan post-test bisa dimulai jam 12 siang. Waktu menyelesaikan pembelajaran di LMS maksimal jam 23 malam. Pengerjaan post-test harus mencapai lulus minimal dengan nilai 75. Keterlambatan dalam penyelesaian pembelajaran di pelataran sehat bukan menjadi tanggung jawab dari panitia penyelenggara. Please attention, ladies and gentlemen. In just a few short moments, our program will officially commence. Therefore, we inform all respect international webinar participants to join today's event until the end. And if possible, kindly turn on your camera during the webinar. The Honorable, the Chair of Indonesian National Nurse Association East Java, Professor Dr. Nur Salam, M. Nurse Homs. The Honorable, the Chair of Indonesian National Nurse Association, Pamekasan Regency, Nurse Suraying, Master of Keperawatan. Distinguished of the Head of Training Center, Indonesian National Nurse Association East Java, Dr. Yulis Setiadewi, Master of Nursing. The Honorable, all the speakers, Dr. Famitsu, PhD, Registered Nurse, Master of Science, Assistant Professor in College of Health Science, University of Fujairah, Uni Emirat Arab, Dr. Rehab Al-Hasmi, PhD, BSc, Assistant Professor in College of Nursing, King Saud bin Abdul Aziz University for Health Science, Professor Dr. Ahmad Yusuf, Magister Kesehatan, Nursing Professor from Faculty of Nursing, Erlangga University, Professor Dr. M. Hasinuddin, Nursing Professor from Nur Huda Mustafa University, and all respect committee and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We should give thanks to the presence of Almighty God because for the abundance of His grace and guidance. Today, Saturday, 4th October 2025, together we were able to take part in international webinar event organized by the Indonesian National Nursing Association, Pamekasan Regency, in collaboration with Training Center of Indonesian National Nurse Association East Java. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the international webinar of First Aid and Emergency Response to Mental Disorder in Adults and Children. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to start the program, let us together solemnly sing the song Indonesia Raya Anthem. The Excellencies and all the participants, let's begin this event with the welcome greetings for the Chair of Indonesian National Nurse Association East Java, the Honorable Dr. Yulis Setiadewi, Master of Nursing. The time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Risa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon of us. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Honorable Chairperson of Indonesia National Nurses Association East Java Chapter, Profesor Dr. Haji Nur Salam. Honorable Chairperson of Indonesian National Nurses Association Pamekasan, Nurse Suraying Eskep Mkep. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Rufa Mitsu from University of Fujairah, United Arab Emirates, Dr. Rehab Al-Hasmi, PhD from King Saud bin Abdul Aziz University for Health Science Saudi Arabia, Professor Dr. Ahmad Yusuf, nursing professor from Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Hasinuddin, nursing professor from Universitas Nur Huda Mustafa Pamekasan, as well as a rector. Respected colleges, nurses, healthcare professionals, and participants from Indonesia and abroad. First and foremost, let us give thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the mighty of God, for His blessing, guidance that enable us to gather in this remarkable event, the first international webinar organized by Indonesian Nursing Association Pamekasan. On behalf of the chairperson of INNA East Java, Professor Dr. Haji Nur Salam, I extend my highest appreciation to INNA Pamekasan for successfully hosting this event with highly relevant theme, the first aid and emergency response to mental disorders in adult and children. As we all know, mental health is now a global issue. The prevalence of mental disorder, both in adult and children, continue to rise. WHO report that 1 of 8 people worldwide live with a mental disorder, and in Indonesia, the prevalence is also increasing significantly. This condition may often manifest in crises such as suicide attempt, acute disorientation, and aggressive behavior, which require immediate first aid and emergency response that is fast, precise, and place human dignity in many cases. Nurses are the front line, the first to assess, stabilize, and provide initial interventions. First aid in mental health emergency is not only about saving life physically, but also safeguarding dignity, safety, and the overall quality of life of patient and those around them. This is why nurses' competency in responding to mental health emergency is essential, and why this today's theme is so timely and urgent. Finally, on behalf of the chairperson of Indonesian Nursing Association East Java chapter, once again, I express my sincere appreciation to Inna Pamekasan for initiating this outstanding event. I hope this webinar inspire us, strengthen our competencies, reinforce our position in Indonesian nurses as the front line in health service, particularly in addressing mental health crisis, both national and international levels. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations PPNI Pamekasan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Thank you for the welcome greeting and for the insights. Ladies and gentlemen, next we listen together opening remarks from the chair of Indonesian National Nurse Association Pamekasan Regency, the Honorable Nurse Surayeng, Magister Keperawatan. The time is yours.
Ya, thank you, Miss Risa. Suara saya terdengar jelas, Miss Risa?
Sudah?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Salam
warahmatullahi
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Excellency Professor Dr. Musalam Master Nurse House, Chairman of the Regional Board Indonesian Nursing Association East Java, our amazing speaker today, Honorable Dr. Rupa Mitsu, PhD RN, Master Science Nursing, Dr. Rehab Al-Hazmi, PhD MSN, SGY, Profesor Dr. Ahmad Yusuf, Eskep MKes, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Hasinuddin, Eskepnas MKep, the Honorable Dr. Yulis Setia Dewi, Master of Nursing, the Honorable Miss Nuri Rahmah as moderator this webinar, and of course, all participant, lecturer, academic, nurses and midwife, student, committee member, and everyone joining us today with such great energy. For us all, let's be grateful to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the one and only God. Because of His grace and mercy, we can gather to virtually for this important webinar on first aid and emergency response to mental disorder in children and adults. My prayers and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are focusing on an issue that often doesn't get enough attention, yet is becoming more and more urgent: mental health. We are usually quick to act when someone has a physical injury, like a fracture, bleeding, or difficult breathing, but often answer or even neglectful when it comes to someone in the middle of a mental health crisis. The truth is, mental health challenge can happen anytime to anyone, children and adults. Saudara, kadang kita sangat tanggap, sangat respon manakala ada trauma fisik seperti kecelakaan, fraktur, kemudian perdarahan ataupun sesak nafas. Tetapi kadang sering abai kalau misalnya ada kegawatan gangguan jiwa. Padahal kegawatan gangguan jiwa ini bisa terjadi kapan saja, di mana saja, kepada siapa saja, baik dewasa ataupun anak-anak. The ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly why this webinar matter is not just about theory, but about real skill, how to give first aid, how to respond properly, and how to show empathy and caring mental health emergency. Jadi seminar ini bukan hanya mengajarkan sebuah teori, tetapi ini adalah memberikan keterampilan, bagaimana cara kita memberikan pertolongan pertama, kemudian berikan respon, dan memberikan empati kepada pasien yang mengalami keadaan gangguan jiwa darurat. The ladies and gentlemen, I believe this isn't just a knowledge sharing event, but also the start of the movement. Each of us here, student, nurses, midwife, are the front line of healthcare. We are the first responder, the one who can bring hope and strength to those struggling with mental health issue. My hope is that after today, we don't just know more, we become more ready, brave, and compassionate. Let's show the healthcare is not only about healthy body, but also strong and resilient mind. Jadi, saya sebagai Ketua PPNI berharap kepada para peserta seminar bahwa ini bukan hanya pemahaman teori, tetapi dengan webinar ini kami berharap kita lebih siap, lebih berani, dan peduli. Mari kita tunjukkan bahwa kesehatan itu bukan hanya kesehatan tubuh, namun juga termasuk kekuatan jiwa kita. Ladies and gentlemen, before I close, I want to thank the organizing committee, our inspiring speaker, and all participants for making this event such a success. My the knowledge we share today spread widely, may benefit and create real impact in our communities. Enjoy the webinar. Let's start engage and authentic because the best knowledge is the one we put into action. Jadi marilah kita ikuti webinar ini para saudara sekalian karena ilmu yang terbaik adalah ilmu yang kita amalkan. Ladies and gentlemen, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This morning, I officially open this webinar. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Nurse Suraying for the opening remarks for this event. Without any further delay, I would like to call Nurse Muhammad Nur, Master of Science, to recite the doa. May our program be blessed and run accordingly. Nurse Muhammad Nur, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Lisa. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today again, and after of prayer to God Almighty, may this event run smoothly, bring blessing to us all, and provide significant benefit. Allow me to lead the prayers in Islamic manner. For those of you who are of the father, of other father, please pray according to your own belief. Let's all pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ufir li ummati sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma arham ummata sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma astur ummata sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma jibur ummata sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma yassir wa la tu'assir. Rabbi yassir wa la tu'assir. Rabbi zidni ilma warzuqni fahma. Allahumma innaka afuwun tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anna ya karim. Allahumma inna as'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan tayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbalan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda, the plenary session. All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Mrs. Nuri Rahmah, Master of Education. Allow me to read her short bio. Mrs. Nuri Rahmah, Master of Education, is a lecturer from the State Polytechnic of Madura. She graduated from University Missouri Columbia and currently she serves as Head of Office of Learning Development and Education Quality Assurance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our moderator, Mrs. Nuri Rahmah, Master of Education.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for our amazing MC today for the opening, Ibu Riza. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm very honored to be with everyone who is looking so excited for our webinars today, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, and all participants joining from around the world, I believe, and also from Indonesia. Especially on behalf of the Indonesian National Nurses Association, its Java chapter, I warmly welcome you to our international webinar on first aid and emergency responses to mental disorders in adults and children. My name is Nuri Rohma and I will be your moderator for the two sessions that we will have today, ladies and gentlemen. But before we begin, I would like to acknowledge and give technical notes so we can run the conference and webinar smoothly until the end of the event. I want to allow me to acknowledge our distinguished keynote speakers who will join us today. The chairman of Indonesian National Nurses Association, or INNA, is Java chapter, Professor Dr. Nur Salam M. Nurse, and the chairman of Indonesian National Nurses Association, Pamekasan chapter, Nurse Turain, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Nursing, and our wonderful speakers today that I believe you are waiting to see and listen. First, and would like to call Professor Dr. Ahmad Yusuf, the chairman of INNA Education Training Institutions, and Professor Dr. Muhammad Hasinuddin, also from INNA. And the next speakers would be Dr. Rufa Mitsu, PhD, Assistant Professor at the University of Fujairah, United Arab Emirates. And last but not least, Dr. Rahab Al-Asmi, PhD, Assistant Professor at King Saud bin Abdul Aziz University for Health Sciences, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have wonderful pool of people and experts today, ladies and gentlemen. So we are very excited to listen and pay attention to their presentation. But before we begin, a few technical notes. Please keep your microphones muted unless you are speaking. And feel free to post your questions in the chat box. So along the way, as you listen to the speakers, you can also write your questions in the chat box anytime. And we will have a Q&A session after two presentations at the first session. And this session is also being recorded and will be available for data access by all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our first presentations. I would like to call Professor Dr. Ahmad Yusuf, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Nursing. Ladies and gentlemen, all beloved participants, let me and allow me to describe to you Prof. Yusuf's curriculum vitae before we begin to listen to his presentation. Prof. Yusuf is currently working and has assignment as the professor at Erlangga University as psychiatric nursing professor, and he has massive range of assignments during his tenure. He is currently a chair of APMI Regional 9 East Java chapter from 2022 to 2026. And he is also the member of the International Society of Psychiatric Mental Health Nurses, or ISPN, also a member of Global Research and Development Services, the GRDS. He also serves as the Dean of the Faculty of Nursing, Airlangga University, or UNER, as we know it, everybody. I think that's all from me. Prof. Yusuf is going to present to us the implementation of community-based mental health nursing. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Yusuf will present us approaches to strengthen community-based mental health nursing, as a lot of people are struggling and mental health is currently becoming a pressing challenges among the community. And so Prof. Yusuf will present to us the approaches on emphasizing prevention, community empowerment, and collaboration with healthcare systems. Prof. Yusuf, time is yours. Do we have Prof. Yusuf in the Zoom already?
Okay, sorry.
Everyone?
This
Yes,
is
great.
Sanes here. Are you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please, may I share my PPT with myself?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe the committee can help spotlight and pin Prof. Yusuf's
Yeah, for the
screen.
co-host, as a co-host. Okay, sorry.
Good morning, Prof. Yusuf. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, sorry. I still search for my document.
No problem. You have 1 hour to present your your presentation today, so you have time and take your time, ladies and gentlemen. So please welcome Prof. Yusuf. He is going to present to us the implementation of community-based mental health nursing. So if any of you in the participant pool looking to know how the community can help the mental health nursing, this is the time for you, and you can obtain knowledges from him. And probably he can share some practices at Langga University as well. Do you have any hand up?
Sorry, maybe I have trouble with my share screen. Can
Okay.
the committee help us to share
Sure.
our PPT?
I think Pak Faisal and team can help.
Yes, ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yay.
Help me. Okay, thank you Pak Faisal. Good morning everybody. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning all of you. That honorable all of the speaker of the committee, especially Pak uh, officially chairman of the Indonesian Association, Pamekasan, Pak Surahing, and also that my lovely participant in this webinar. Today, today I have a topic with the mental health services based on the community. It is the part of the what mental health day on the 10 October 2025. It is the month of the celebration for the mental health day in all of the problem with mental health day. About the mental health services based on community, please slide please. The mental health problem in Indonesia, we have two and two and three problem in mental health in Indonesia. Firstly, based on the result of the risk studies based on the health, we have problem in the psychiatric problem as a severe mental disorder. It is there are more than 1.7 million people, and we also have a psychosocial problem, depression, anxiety, and others. In the psychosocial problem, it is occur in the people with 9.8%. Every 100 population in Indonesia, there are 10% with the psychosocial problem like depression, anxiety, and etc. In the 2023, we have also SKI, Survei Kesehatan Indonesia. It is the more problem in the mental health in Indonesia is psychosis and pasung. We are still here in pasung in Indonesia. And also the problem number two is depression and adolescent. This is more occur in the Gen Z, Generation Z, or the young population with the depression and adolescent, and also risk of suicide. We have look at the many student and to get a risk of suicide in Indonesia. Slide. This is a problem. After the suffering mental health and also psychosocial problem, we also have a mental health problem in Indonesia. Problem health in community because the suffering mental health problem in Indonesia in the community. In the Indonesia is mental health problem is not only patient problem, but on the family, community, regulation, healthcare facilities. This is a problem about mental health in Indonesia, especially several mental health in the community. What the problem one is the family. There are many stigma about the patient. If the family have a one uh, one family with the schizophrenia, this is a very stigma. There are come from the community, come from the others, come from the friend. It is a bad stigma in the family, and also the family have a burden like objective burden and subjective burden. Objective burden related to very long time to therapist from the patient is not good for the patient, and also subjective burden related from the same and the others. The community in with the schizophrenia patient also give the discrimination for from the health belief and health seeking behavior. The community have make a have belief from the schizophrenia or the mental health problem, and also occur to the health seeking behavior from the family. Some the community the give freely from the patient, so the patient make the homeless from the in the community, right? This is a community head belief about community head belief from the population in Indonesia about the schizophrenia and also mental health problem. Community believe that the schizophrenia cannot be cured. Severe mental health is cannot be cured, cannot take care of themselves, and can harm other people. It is the big problem in the community in Indonesia that cannot be cured, cannot take care of themselves, and can harm of the people. And also, we have specific specific belief that the community is schizophrenia is causes non-medical system. It is like if Indonesia say like a mystery, like because correlation with other interaction with others, or in Indonesia say dipikor, dibikin orang lain. So the schizophrenia is related to interaction with others patient. And the other belief is that the community believes that the patient can be better. The family must be patient, so and accept that this is a trial of God. Yes, it is my family. It is my God it's my trial from the God. So I will accept this. I will accept. Yes, okay, it's okay. I will. But sometimes the patient make a passing for the patient. It is my problem. Slide. This is a family burden. Uh, we are trying to research about the burden from the family. We get two family burden. First, the objective burden limited to activity daily living, continuous payment for treatment, and unproductive family burden. The one of family member must be not be work to other place, other area because there are one patient in the home with schizophrenia. So one family is unproductive from the patient and the one of family to like caregiver as a caregiver from the patient. And the subjective burden related to shame and fear force destructive of family dignity. So the family is malu, menghancurkan martabat keluarga, that is a feel force to destructive of family dignity. Slide. It is my problem. And this is a family stigma. We have 23 theme from the stigma to family with mental health disorder, like demeanor, perception, knowledge, treatment, supporting resources, compliance with the treatment roles, family effort, response losing, family burden, community response, self-adjustment, community stigma, and so many problems. It is the big problem in Indonesia. It is not only related to uh, uh, ya, kedaruratan, not only as kedaruratan, but on the so many long in the community and so many responsibilities, so many challenges to mental health, mental health fall forced to get the family stigma. Slide. Because related the stigma, family burden, objective, subjective, we have pasung, cycling in, there is a big problem. Pasung is the act of bending, fixation with the special equipment or excited with the make the patient impossible to escape from the bond. This act is done by a disparate family with the treatment of patients who are not immediately successfully. This is a big problem in my community because community had facilities and human resources to treatment about the chronic schizophrenia. This is also related to knowledge, experience, and health belief from the community. So pasung cycling is the one choice of the some community in a specific area maybe, and we are fear to the patient make risk make behavior violent for the uh, population in this area, right? Pasung is most common incident of in the what in Indonesia, like FVP, like a viral problem in Indonesia, especially on the 2014, because we are trying to help mental health law in Indonesia, and we have PBS News Hour, Indonesian mentally ill face neglect mistreatment. So many media from TV and magazine and others report about the mental health problem in Indonesia, like as Pasung, right? Also like Times report lost life, Times special report on Asia mental health crisis in the face of Indonesian sim confined 10 of thousands of mentally ill in Indonesia appear an unimaginable term. Left to the battle, the demon of the severe psychiatric disorder while chained and shackled for the year's end. Confined by the length of their chain, the wooden stock, and which they are trapped or the makeshift kick in the while they are imprisoned. So this is a big problem with the pasung in Indonesia, like lost life time special report from the Time magazine slide. This is restraint. We have three kind from the pasung, from the cycling is the restraint, seclusion, and the restraint and seclusion. This is restraint by the chain in the leg, and sometime by the wooden, sometime by the others kind to the patient cannot escape from this place. Right? This is seclusion. The patient will make one place by the wooden like kurungan, like a kurungan. This is a specific patient and very long life, maybe 5 year and 6 year in this seclusion. Cannot escape, cannot be go down, cannot stand up. Sometimes the giving food, some food on water from the little hole in this seclusion. So the patient cannot be moved, cannot be freely to movement. And sometimes when the family give to bath and other, just only give a water from the others seclusion. And one more from the pasuk is like a slide in here. This is a restraint and seclusion. The patient will give restraint in the specific area in this like in this give restraint in the specific area. This is restraint plus seclusion. If we are trying to give something, we must go by kapal, ship, and others like this. This is a problem in Indonesia, especially in the 1914 when we are try to get Indonesian mental health law in Indonesia, right? Sorry, it is wrong. Mental health problem not only in the patient problem, but also family, group, and community. So the passion for mental illness is a violent of human right, but hopefully is not yet about the passion in Indonesia. We are trying to free passion in 2024, but it is not not achieved from this school. Sometimes we are see in the specific area there are a passion in mental health problem. It has been occur in some of our society. I'm sorry, the passion is violent of human right. Hopefully, no, not yet. Right? Our effort is strengthen regulation like a policy from the global and national campaign stop stigma and discrimination, and also we are try to build commitment. Right? Strengthen regulation. We have Indonesian mental health law on the number 18 on the 2014. This is a new spirit for us to get a policy reformation, social inclusion, completely remove of stigma, reduction and discrimination, prevention of violation of human rights. It is Indonesia. We are trying to Indonesian free of passion on 2024, but it is not achieved in this area. This is in our spirit to get Indonesian mental health problem. But today, this Indonesia mental health law is included in the law of health in the number on the 2023, number 16 in the 2023. It is included in the Indonesian health law. like in this head law slide. This is a new policy in Indonesia. We are referred to WHO Mental Health Action Plan from the 2013 and 2020 as a Mental Health Task Force Sustainable Development Goals on 2015 until 2030. Policy statement that National Development Plan in 2014 until 2019 change of the people structure epidemiological transition to increase of healthy, elderly, and prevent of mental illness. Our spirit to get a mental health program. The target is increase the public health status, decreasing an infectious disease like a heart attack, diabetes, stroke, hypertension, and also mental health. Right? And this is the global agreement from the General Assembly on the 19th and the 16th September 2015 that the United Nations political declaration on the high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of non-communicable disease. The number 18 is recognized that mental and neurological disorder, including Alzheimer disease, and are on important causes of morbidity and contributed to the global non-communicable disease pattern. This is a global agreement from the WHO slide. And WHO resolution on mental health on January 2020, the urge member state develop comprehensive policy and strategies that address to promotion of mental health prevention, prevention of mental disorder, and early identification, care, support, treatment, and recovery of the patient with mental disorder. It is synchronized with my program, from the WHO resolution on mental health slide. But we must build commitment. We have so many problems in mental health, but how person in charge from this problem? Because mental health is everyone business involved the sector from the business, housing, transportation, family and caregiver, education, communication, workplace, recreation, the art, health, justice, and others. We are now because we have this is a everyone business. But who person in charge from the mental health problem in our country? Slide. So we are in Airlangga, we are trying to identify to make a new commitment about the responsibility, monitoring and evaluation, and also executor. So in Indonesia, we are identified that responsibility is from the Ministry of Health, Ministry Social, Ministry of Government, like governor and municipal, and also from the province and district and others. This is a responsibility, but responsibility and monitoring evaluation. But the executor is the professional head, professional like a head, social group, family, and also the community, including the security. Right. This is a mental health continuity of care. We are commitment that mental health problem from the hospital, family, and community. We must give together to give care about the mental health problem from the family, community, and also the hospital. Slide. This is all the mental health services effort, like in the promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative. Every activity to realize and the optimal level of the mental health for individual, family, and community with a promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative approach that is carried out in a comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable manner by the government, regional government, and also in the community. So in the preventive, promotive, preventive, curative, this is all the mental health services in Indonesia today, like maintaining and improving mental health to preventive in mental health problem and mental disorder. Also curative from the establishing the diagnosis and management of mental disorder. And we are trying to give a rehabilitative like controlling disabilities and restoring social functional. Like in the my place, we have some place from the like rehabilitation from the mental disorder. Slide. There is our commitment to dealing with PASUM, but it is a never finished agenda. Like before PASUM, before cycling, like treatment for the handling of the continent and after cycling. Because we have problem with the family, if there are one patient in the family, we will take the patient to give a treatment. The family have rejected. No, this is a very danger for us. If you are take this patient, we will give a creation from the my family or in the population. So this is one problem. So we are going to take a pasung like before cycling. We are give education from the family. It is my from team of health, mental health problem. So we are trying to give treatment for the patient in the pasung, and after we are treatment, we will give you again from the family. This is more the rejected for the patient from the family. It is a problem with dealing with pasung, right? So we are research about the commitment. We are trying to identify this as a nurse role, nurse action, and this is a human resources regulation, hospital, or health facility, community condition, and other sector. So we are trying to nurse, caregiver, client, family, government, and others. We are reset about 3 years from this problem, from the Indonesian mental health problem. And slide. And this is our reset from the yes, okay, slide. This is our research from 3 year research in 2019. So we are developed the book of the kesehatan jiwa, pendekatan holistic nursing in the mental health problem, because we identify that problem mental health problem is not only a problem from the patient but also the family, community, group, and also government. Slide. This our research based on the my buku ajar. We have identified the mental health problem from the student. We are make a book to our lecturer in the faculty, and we are develop this buku ajar to pendekatan holistik, kesehatan jiwa pendekatan holistik dalam keperawatan jiwa. Slide. And we have some supplement because the problem for the mental health problem is many problem with psychosocial problem. So we are trying to develop psychosocial problem, and some of the community believe that causes non-medical problem. So some of the community believe that the ketempelan roh halus. We are trying to develop a kebutuhan spiritual. It is related to perception about the mental health problem causes, right? And we are trying to continue our education with make a book merawat pasien schizophrenia and like a model resiliency dalam merawat pasien gangguan jiwa. Slide. This is our foundation to give mental health services based on community. We have like a halfway house, like shelter, especially for psychosocial disabilities. We are developed this area on the 2019. In the end of the 2019, we are trying to develop. Some the patient is rejected from the family. The patient give treatment in the mental hospital, But if okay, you can finish your treatment, but the family is fear and rejected with the patient. So we are make the patient try to activate daily living, and we are try to develop some skill from the patient. And after the skill is good, the patient will be come back to the family. Slide. This is our social media. All the participant can join with our social media like in Facebook and Instagram. You can follow, like, or our activity in the social media. Slide. This is our team and our development. No, we have two places from the shelter. In the one in the some specific area in the first on 2019, and today we are have developed in this my home place, right? This is our daily activity like praying together, cleaning, cooking, breakfast. Please help to give click from the black area, Pak Faisal. No, no, no. In the black one. Please come back to the slide. Okay, in the black one. Please click in. No. Oh, sorry, not appear. This is there are video. Our activity like praying together, cleaning, cooking, breakfast, assessment, nursing intervention, relaxation, and others activity like cognitive behavior therapy, supportive, educative, and spiritual healing and recreation. Slide. It is a video is online. Pak Faisal, please click in the beside right and the left. No, no, it's the side beside. No, no, no. In the one.
It's in the previous slide, Pak, the black one on the right. You can click that one.
No, no, beside in the left or in the right.
Yeah, you can
Yeah, yes.
click on the previous one.
There is no video.
I don't think it's available, Prof.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, sorry. This cannot be appear in the one more in the right side, Pak Faisal. Oh, sorry, not compatible. In the one in the right one, yes, okay. Oh, sorry. I because cannot share my PPT. I have problem with my laptop. So many activity with a video, but I cannot operate this video. There are a background from this video, and this is video. This is our activity like outbound to enjoy the beauty of nature, refreshing, calming heart, thought, feeling, building togetherness, having lunch, giving thanks for God and blessing. I'm sorry.
It's fine, Professor. You can still see the video anyway, so it's fine.
Maybe you can operate this video in the other section.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
try that one later.
Aduh, I'm sorry. Okay, please continue, Pak Faisal. And this is some our give an activity to pariwisata from the patient to take some food from the patient, like jackfruit or take meatball or just only bakar jagung and others. Slide. And sorry, we can operate this video. Maybe in the black one, you can. Okay, maybe we have problem with this video. In the end of years, some patient if uh, say with us, "Pa, please give some activity in the midnight from the New Year's." And this is some activity in the Independent Day. We have some game with the yes sederhana, but many game with the champion to give some food and others. Slide. Please continue again. Slide. Okay, slide. Okay. Sorry. Okay, please to continue, Pak Faisal. Okay, some other some kind it is a place from the give community development. Okay, slide. And also we are give Kaswachari like health, caring, and spirituality. Mental health, caring, and spirituality. It is our development in our place to get Kaswachari. Like we give mental health, caring, and spiritual. Slide. It is my shelter. We make like some apa namanya this is all the facility to activity. Slide. This is we are coordinating to puskesmas. We get mental health, kesehatan jiwa masyarakat, mental health in the community. Some programmer from the mental health community and doctor coming to my place to get examination and treatment from the my patient. Right? Yeah. But where is the sun? There is no sun, Pak Faisal? Okay. This is from the apa namanya ini? Tanaman yang pakai hidroponik gitu.
Hydroponic, yes.
Hydroponik for the patient activity. Slide. This is sometime the student come to my place get practice, and sometime we are buka bersama to get semarak Ramadan with the patient, with the student, bring warm food to give the patient from the buka bersama slide. This is all our activity like hydroponic, community development, and also there are so many students take learners in here like a praktek, like just on the field trip in our specific area slide. This is our activity in the morning, like dance with the student and many game uh, after the patient get up, take a pray. After take a pray, to make cleaning out all the room for the patient. After that, take dance, senam. After that, make clean of the patient. Uh, Give tension and others. So it is our activity, or you can follow our media social to take this picture and video slide. This is our activity with my student from the Mojokerto, from the Jombang, from the Tuban, and also from the Pamekasan and Sumeneb. There's more activity with my patient in here. And maybe you participant can join with our social media to get this picture and video slide. And sometimes we are developed international community services because we have students uh, from the Kerala, uh, from the Australia and Brunei Darussalam Federal University, and also from our student in the Magister mental health Magister, right? It is student uh, from the Victoria University from the Australia, and we have some discussion. So many activities and our place. And sorry, all the participants, you can follow my social media, Instagram or Facebook to get this picture and video. Slide. Okay, slide. This is our guys from the U Tokyo, Japan, and we are trying to development Dementia and Aging Care Research Center, and we are collaborated by our Shinsei from the U Tokyo, Japan, and this is our student from the Tambak Beras Jombang. Slide. We are also give a warning to alert to risks of violent behavior. Also, all the patient of women, but also we get the risk of violent behavior. This is our door, so we have four kind to get broken from my door in the patient. It is activating the patient with when the anger behavior is dominated from the patient. Slide. In the principle, this is our activity from the shelter for the patient with mental illness is life living skill, learning skill, and also walking skill, because there are physically and emotional and also intellectual. In the living skill for physical, like personal hygiene, physical fitness, use of public transportation, cooking, shopping, cleaning, and others, it is a living skill for physical. But the emotional living skill is human relation, self-control, selective reward, stigma reduction, problem solving, conversational skill, and others. Some patients, if there are good activity with activity daily living, we will give a selective reward. Who will clean their room with good, we will give some ST. or some food in the canteen. It is a selective reward for the patient. And the intellectual living skill like money management, use of community resources, goal setting, problem and development. And also from the learning skill like being quiet, paying attention, staying. It is all the activity principle in the activity in my shelter, like potential skill activities needed to achieve the goal of psychiatric rehabilitation. It is all of my presentation. I'm very sorry with my picture and video can uploaded with myself, but uh, uh, I hope all the participants can join with my social media to get the picture and activity. Thank you. It is all for us to share about the community mental health servicing based on the community. Thank you. We will come back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Prof. Yusuf. Let us give the round of applause for Prof. Yusuf's presentation. Wow, I'm actually very impressed that you have your own foundation and shelter. I hope that inspires all the participants today. And thank you, Professor, for underlining the importance of community-based care for the people with mental health treatment and how to give support for them. But we would like to ask you to remain with us for a moment as we will now proceed to the next presentation by Prof. Hassan, and we will come back to you again during the Q&A session. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Yusuf. Prof. Yusuf said, I'm sorry for the video, it's not working with the audio, but we can feel the vibe, we can feel all the caring and the love that you give with your team to the people who are in need with the mental support. Thank you so much. Please wait for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep and remain seated in your Zoom, and remember that we will have Q&A session after this. And if you have any question for Prof. Yusuf, please keep it for now. We will have Q&A session after this, and we will proceed to the next presentation by Professor Dr. M. Hasinuddin, Bachelor of Nursing, Nurse, Master of Nurse. Yay, this is another distinguished speaker we have today for the second session. Professor Dr. Muhammad Hasinuddin, Bachelor of Nursing, Nurse, Master of Nursing, is currently working as the nursing professor at Nur Huda Mustafa University, and he also has massive range of assignments and work experiences. He is also assigned as the early detection of growth and development of preschool children periodically, and he is also actively leading the Indonesian National Nurse Association in the unit of information system. Prof. Hassan is going to present us today on the topic of the phenomenon of mental disorders in Generation Z. So, anyone, if you are part of the Gen Z, you are in the right track today. In the smartphone era, prevention efforts and nursing management. So, Prof. Hassan will examine the impact of digital lifestyles on mental health in Generation Z, exploring preventive measures and the role of the health workers management in addressing these challenges. Prof. Dr. Muhammad Hasinuddin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Norir, for the time you have given. Sorry, I apologize for not being at the office at the moment. Due to an unstable connection, I kindly request the committee to share the screen. Maybe Mr. Faisal.
Yeah, he's on the way to share your screen.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Norir.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my appreciation to Professor Nur Salam, Chair of PPNI East Java, and Mr. Suraying, Chair of PPNI Pamekasan, Mrs. Yulis as the head of Husbang Diklat East Java, all the distinguished speakers, Mr. Prof. Yusuf, my lecturer, and the organizing committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this international webinar and to share knowledge with all of you. Today, we will explore how mental disorder emerge in Gen Z within the smartphone era and discuss evidence-based prevention effort and the vital role of nursing management. Okay, next slide, Mr. Faisal. Okay. The objective of the session, the first is understand about prevalence and risk factors. Second, identify positive and negative smartphone impacts. The third is learn prevention strategies. And the fourth, explore nursing roles and intervention. And the last, engage in interactive activities. By the end of the session, participants should understand the scope of the problem, the dual impact of smartphone, practical prevention effort, and nursing strategies to manage this issue effectively. Okay, next slide. Gen Z are the first true digital natives. Gen Z is generally defined as the cohort of individuals born from 1995 to 2010. They live and breathe technology. But discipline activity makes them especially vulnerable to mental health challenges, especially around identity formation, sleep, and peer relationship. Tech savvy means digitally skilled, comfortable, and confident in using technology such as a smartphone, application, and the internet. In Indonesia, we might say melek teknologi or cakap teknologi or not gaptek ya, gagap teknologi. Okay, next slide. How about the global prevalence? According to WHO 2025, anxiety affects up to 5% of adolescent and depression up to 3%. Globally, 1 in 7 adolescents experiences a mental disorder, showing the magnitude of the issue. Next slide. Okay. In Indonesia, prevalence mirrors global trends. Depression is found in 6.2% of young adults, and anxiety is the most common among teenagers. Unfortunately, stigma and lack of early detection worsen the burden. And the next slide. Okay, this is Indonesian National Adolescent Mental Health Survey that found that 14% of Indonesia adolescents have a mental disorder, mostly anxiety and depression, but less than 3% receive professional care. This our survey estimate the summaries of population at one point in time. The severity, urban-rural differences, and subgroup patterns are not shown here. And then receive professional care, maybe 3% is overall, not necessarily limited to only those with a diagnosed disorder. Still, the gap of 14% signal under treatment. And then take home message, prevalence is substantial, anxiety is widespread, and treatment coverage is far below need, making early detection. The stigmatization and easy access survives urgent priorities. Okay, next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System, or YRBSS, is a surveillance initiative by the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC. that tracks health related behaviors among youths, especially high school students. The Youth Risk Behavior Survey is the core survey component conducted at the national level, as well as by states, territories, and local jurisdiction. It is conducted biannually, every 2 years, usually in odd number years, to monitor trends over time. So, CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey shows slight improvement compared to 2021, but mental health indicator remain alarming, particularly among female and LGBTQ plus adolescent, highlighting inequities. Okay, next slide. This chart illustrates the prevalence of suicidal ideation among U.S. high school students based on CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey or ERBS 2023. Overall, around 15% of students report having seriously suicidal. So among female students, the rate is significantly higher, reaching about 25%, which is more than double the rate among males. And male students report a lower prevalence around 10%. The highest prevalence is found among LGBTQ plus adolescent with more than one third, maybe approximately at 25%, 35% reporting suicidal ideation. This finding highlight persistent disparities. While there has been a slight improvement compared to 2021, female and LGBTQ plus youth remain disproportionality at risk. This underlines the importance of target mental health intervention and supportive school and community environments. Next slide. Okay. Smartphones are inseparable from Gen Z life. Excessive screen time, especially late night use, correlates with high risk for anxiety, depression, and also poor academic performance. 7 until 9 hours per day online, and 95% on smartphone, 45% almost constantly online, and in Indonesia, maybe 98% of daily use between 13 until 24 years. Next slide, Mr. Faisal. Okay, this is a positive impact of smartphone that it's important to recognize benefit. The first, healthy literacy application. Smartphone provide access to health application and then peer communities and even reduce stigma through advocacy campaigns. This positive must be harnessed. And then next slide. This is the negative impact of smartphone. However, the risks are substantial. Smartphone disrupt sleep, encourage harmful social comparison, fragment attention spans, and promote compulsive use, all of which worsen mental health. Next slide. How about the four pathways flow diagram? Four key pathways explain how smartphone affect mental health: sleep disruption, social comparison, and bullying, attention fragmentation, and compulsive patterns. Each can amplify risk for anxiety and depression. This diagram illustrates how smartphone use influences mental health outcome through four main pathways. The first, sleep disruption. This is net screen exposure interferes with circadian rhythms and reduce sleep quality, leading to mood disturbance and anxiety. And the second, social comparison and cyberbullying. Social media foster unhealthy comparison and expose adolescents to online harassment, increasing the risk of depression and low self-esteem. And the third, attention fragmentation. This is constant notification and multitasking fragment attention, lowering academic performance, and raising stress level. And the last, compulsive or problematic use, excessive, uncontrollable use can result in behavioral addiction and daily dysfunction. All four pathways converge toward negative mental health outcomes, including anxiety, depression, and poor academic performance. So, understanding this mechanism is crucial for designing preventive and nursing intervention. Next slide. How about research evidence? Evidence is consistent. Problematic smartphone use correlates strongly with anxiety, depression, and insomnia. However, not all use is harmful. Moderate. Mindful use can support well-being. Next slide. Okay. Prevention spans three levels. The first is primary prevention, promoting digital literacy and resilience. For secondary, screening and mental health first aid, and then tertiary, providing the referral and rehabilitation. Next slide. So, nurses play a frontline role, begin with risk assessment, especially for self-harm, use validated tools and explore smartphone patterns, particularly sleep hygiene. In this session, I want to explain about detail nursing assessment for Gen Z mental health. Screening tools. The first is patient health questionnaire 9. This is a widely used tool to screen for depression. It consists of 9 questions assessing mood, interest, energy, sleep, appetite, and suicidal ideation. If a score more than 9, usually indicates moderate depression. And the second screening tool is generalized anxiety disorder 7, GAD7. This is a 7-item questionnaire to assess severity of anxiety symptoms like nervousness, uncontrollable worry, irritability, and sleep disturbance. If score more than point, suggests clinically significant anxiety. And the third screening tool is Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale, specifically designed to evaluate suicidal thoughts and behavior. It helps nurses identify whether a patient is at low or moderate or high risk of suicide. And the fourth screening tool is Insomnia Severity Index. This is a 7-item tool measuring severity of insomnia symptoms, impact on daily life, and associated distress. It is highly relevant given to the role of smartphone in sleep disruption. So, these tools are validated. Quick, maybe 5 until 10 minutes, and visible for nurses to use in community, in school, or in clinical setting. Next. How about the nursing intervention? The first nursing intervention can be brief and impactful. So, psychoeducation and CBT-based micro-skill empower youth. Family involvement is key in reinforcing healthy digital behavior, like psychoeducation, CBT, micro-skill, behavioral activation, and family education. Next slide. Okay. The next nursing intervention, practical strategies, encourage consistency, create a digital hygiene plan, teach coping strategies, and connect young people with peer support group. Next slide. This is a mental health first aid offer, the ALGI from framework. The first is approach and accessories, and the second, listen non-judgmentally, and the third, give reassurance and information. The fourth, encourage professional help, and the last, encourage self-support. A structured approach that empowers nurses and peers to respond effectively to crisis. Next slide. Okay, the core message, risks are real but modifiable. Nurses play a central role. Intervention should target behavior but not technology. And integration is key. Like risk modifiable nurses are central, target patterns not teach, and integrate mental health, first aid, and evidence-based care. Next slide. Okay. And with a strong call to action, let's work together. Health, education, families, and policy to empower Gen Z for healthier digital futures. So, to close my presentation today, let me leave you with a motivating thought that I hope will inspire your journey ahead. In conclusion, may we carry forward the spirit of resilience and knowledge, transforming challenges into opportunities for a better future. Remember, every challenge is not the end, but the beginning of new strength, and together we can shape a healthier and brighter tomorrow. So, I ask you, are we ready to turn challenges into opportunities and dreams into reality? Let's together. The answer must be yes. And next slide. This is for today. Gen Z may be facing unprecedented mental health challenges in the smartphone era, but with knowledge, compassion, and evidence-based nursing care, we can turn vulnerability into resilience. Together, let us build a digital future where technology empowers, not endangers, the well-being of our youth. Next slide. Okay, thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please, Mr. Nuril.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much. Let us give a big round of applause for our second speaker today, the Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Hasinuddin, Bachelor of Nurse, Master of Nurse. Wow, another mind-blowing session, this time with a lot of statistics and data, and it's quite formal and serious. I'm sure everyone is excited to ask questions today to our speakers. So thank you very much to all our distinguished speakers for the enlightening presentation and knowledge. I'm sure that we learn so much new things for this first session, ladies and gentlemen, and we will now begin our question and answer session. For participants who would like to ask directly, please kindly mention your name and your institution. Before asking your question, you can unmute your mic, I guess. I'm not sure. The committee will help you later. And if you mention your name and your institution, this will help us, me as moderator, and of course the speakers, to get to know you better and make our discussions more interactive. Also, if you don't want to talk directly to the speakers, you may also type your questions in the chat box, and please indicate which speaker you are addressing. Maybe we can begin the Q&A session now. Do you have any questions for the speakers, ladies and gentlemen?
Excuse me, Mr. Nuril.
Yes, Pak Faisal.
Yes, I am Faisal Amir from Indonesian Nursing Association and Nurhuda Mustafa University. Appreciate for the speaker, Mr. Prof. Hasin and Prof. Yusuf. And our question for Prof. Yusuf and Prof. Hasin. The one question from Prof. Yusuf, Prof. Yusuf is my favorite lecture from Bachelor, Magister, and Doctor. And I'm very happy when Prof. Yusuf give me a learning, and appreciate really to Prof. Yusuf for dedication and innovation. My question is, Mr. Prof. Yusuf, based on your experience as academics and practitioner in Indonesia, what is the actual cause? Actual cause. So the pasung case is high number, and how to solution so a society can to decrease the pasung cause for Prof. Yusuf and for Prof. Hasin. As we know that Gen Z is also exposed to AI. No AI, no action. But everything is made easier with AI. My question is, what are the positive and negative impact for AI? Because I'm a lecturer, sometimes I think this is a positive impact, but this is a negative impact to AI, to use AI. Thank you very much, Ms. Nurir.
Thank you so much, Pak Faisal, for the question. So we start strong today for the questions. We will start from Prof. Yusuf, I guess. Prof. Yusuf, Pak Faisal is asking about what is the main aspect or factors that contribute to the high number of pasung in Indonesia, and what is the mitigation or effective strategies to reduce the number of pasung, if you can explain. Please, participants, can you mute your mic if you don't have any questions? Thank you so much. Prof. Yusuf, are you here? Can you hear me?
Naam.
Is Prof. Yusuf here? Okay, Prof. Hasid, maybe, are you still here, Prof. Hasid?
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, that's Prof. Yusuf. Okay.
Okay, please,
So,
Mr. Yusuf.
Thank you,
yeah.
Pak Nuril.
Do you want me to repeat the question, or are you okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Faisal. This is
Yeah.
a question about the mental health problem, especially for the pasung.
Pasung,
in
yes.
Indonesia. And what is the actual cases of the high number of cycling in Indonesia? Pak Faisal, if we are looking for many data from the mental health problem in Indonesia, I think the big contribution to get pasung from the community is there are family burden. The burden from the family, there are two kind, from the objective and subjective. Yeah, limited activity, daily living, continuous payment, and unproductive family, and same feel forced destructive of family. It is a big problem, and this burden is more long occur in the community, and the end of choice from the family is give a pasung, because the patient is cannot be good with the treatment and long payment and others. This is the end of choice of community, some of community in the to give the pasung, and some kind the cases causes of the patient is aggression. The patient will aggression. If they did not give pasung, this is very danger from the community and population. And this is, I think, a big problem with family burden and aggression from the patient. It is Mbak Nuril.
Thank you, Prof. Yusuf. I think it's very clear how Prof. Yusuf mentioned about the family circumstances, condition, environments, especially the financial situation, stability contributes a lot to why Pasung is, highly accessed in the society, especially in Indonesia. So we hope that all of the participants today who are mostly nurse and midwives can help contribute to the number of educating the family as well, because having mental health patients within the family and the community really is a long-term commitment. So we want them to be able to understand how to take care of them. Thank you, Prof. Yusuf. I think moving on to the next question. This is an interesting question about AI, because I'm sure everyone is using AI, not only the Gen Z, myself as well. So that's the question, for Prof. Hasin. What is the negative and positive impact of AI, and does that contribute to the mental situation of our Gen Z currently? Go ahead, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Faisal, for your question. I will try to answer. Okay. As well, we all know that Gen Z, Gen Z today is also exposed to artificial intelligence, or we call AI. Maybe with AI, everything seems easier. But the real question, Mr. Faisal and all of audience, what are the positive and negative impacts of AI on their emotional and mental development? On the positive side, AI provide Gen Z with instant access to knowledge, maybe personalized learning, and even digital mental health support such as chatbots or mood trackers. It can boost creativity, problem solving, and self-confidence when used wisely. However, there are also negative side. Over reliance on AI may reduce their natural coping skills, weaken face-to-face empathy, and even cause information overload or distraction. Some may experience identity confusion, imposter syndrome, or anxiety about the uncertain future shaped by artificial intelligence or AI. So, AI is truly a double edge, or we call in Indonesia, bagaikan pisau bermata dua for Gen Z. It can empower them when used responsibly, but it may also undermine their emotional resilience if not guided properly. The key lies in balance, guidance, and critical awareness in how they engage with artificial intelligence. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nurin and Mr. Faisal.
Wow. So wise word from Prof. Hasin is please make sure that you use AI correctly, ladies and gentlemen, especially the participant today, because it really contributes to your emotional stability. So that's the wise word from Prof. Hasin. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Also, there's a lot of positive impact as well because you're learning from AI. So make sure that you use it wisely. Now, Pak Faisal, do you have any addition to the question and answers? Or are you enough for
Yes,
now?
enough, Miss Nuril. Thank you, Prof. Yusuf, Prof. Hasin.
Thank you so much. It must be very great to ask to your favorite lecturer, Prof. Yusuf. And now we will move to other participants. There are a lot of people raising hands on the meeting now. We will start from Willy Hollis from DPD PPNI Pamekasan. Pak Willy, can you unmute your mic?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nurir.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for the insightful presentation from the Prof. Yusuf and Prof. Hasin. I'm very interested about this topic, and I would like to questioning about the material of Prof. Hasin. Uh, I think it is about the paradox smartphone use. Smartphone are often designed to provide us with entertainment, convenience, and comfort. However, many study that I read show that excessive use can actually increase the risk of anxiety and depression, especially among young people, Gen Z. Why does something that is supposed to bring us pleasure and connection end up contributing to mental health problem instead? And in your opinion, Prof. Hasin, what strategies can we apply in our daily life to prevent smartphone from becoming a source of stress rather than support? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Prof. Hassan, do you want to directly answer or we will collect the question first? Prof. Hassan, are you still here? Okay, we will come back again
Sorry,
to Pak
sorry.
Willy.
Please
Oh,
repeat
okay.
the answer. The question,
Oh, yeah.
Miss
So,
Nurin. Okay.
yeah, Pak Willy is asking about the
The
use of
paradox.
smartphone.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hear me? Can you hear me, Prof. Hassan?
Yes, yes, Mrs. Nurin.
Okay, great. So Pak Willy is asking about the use of smartphones today among the Gen
Okay.
Z especially, and how it's becoming one of the most important tool and gadgets that we use every day. But also, as you mentioned, it's a double-edged situation. But
Yeah,
how
yeah.
he's asking about how do we manage of using it correctly, but
Okay.
also preventing not to get the negative impact of it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Willy. Okay, smartphone can increase anxiety among Gen Z due to constant notification. The social media, I think, pressure to present a perfect image and the habit of doom scrolling that makes it hard to stop. Excessive use also disrupt sleep patterns and reduce the quality of face-to-face interaction, which eventually worsen mental health. So, to use smartphone wisely, it is important to set limits on screen time, practice digital detox, and manage notification to avoid overload, and build habits of direct interaction with the real environment. And then self-awareness and discipline are the key to maintaining balance between the digital world and real life. I think this is the answer, Mr. Nurin.
Yeah, especially to Gen Z, just don't stay too long in your home or in your room.
Yeah,
Go outside, hang out
yeah,
with your
of
friends,
course.
maybe go to cafe and talk to the real
Yeah.
human, yeah, Prof. Thank you
Yes,
so
of
much, Pak Willy.
course.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hassan, for the answer. Pak Willy, do you have any additional extension questions for the follow-up? Or is it enough for now? Oh, Pak Willy is already gone. Okay. Pak Willy is already gone, but hopefully everyone can listen to Prof. Hassan's answer that hang out, people. Please do some real talk to humans, yeah? Avoid staying too long with your phones, especially scrolling TikTok, because everyone is having TikTok right now on their phone, right? Thank you so much, Prof. Hassan.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
next
Mr. Nurin.
question, Mbak Rahmawati. Can you please open your mic if you want to talk directly to the speakers? We cannot hear you. Are you talking already? John. Great. Go ahead.
Right, let me introduce myself. My name is Rahmawati, student at Madura State Polytechnic. I accept the second speaker. As a member of the Gen Z generation, I truly cannot escape smartphone in this modern era. I am currently experiencing sleep disturbance, falling asleep at 1 in the morning. Sometimes I'm sad for no reason. Often gloomy and lazy. I'm so lazy. I don't know how to get out of this zone because I'm trapped in the comfort of my smartphone, scrolling of course. So how do I get out of this zone? I've tried many times to get out of the zone, but then now I feel I'm still stuck in this phase. Thank you.
Okay, so if I can rephrase that, she's currently stuck. I think everyone is experiencing stuck between scrolling the smartphone and being lazy in the bathroom. Professor Hassan, do you think this is already an anxiety, or do you think they need to go for a treatment, or is that okay for now? What do you think?
Okay, Mrs. Nurin, I want to try answer the question.
Mhm.
Maybe for overcoming sleep difficulties in Gen Z who often use smartphone, the first, we must limit screen time before bed. Like exposure to blue light from smartphone screen inhibits the production of melatonin. It is recommended to stop using smartphone at least 1 hour before bedtime. And the second, use night mode or blue light filter if using the phone is unavoidable. Activate the night shift or blue light filter feature to reduce blue light exposure. And the third, establish a consistent sleep routine. We must going to bed and waking up the same time every day helps regulate the body circadian rhythm. And the fourth, maybe create a comfortable sleep environment, turn off bright lights, keep smartphone away from the bed, and use the bedroom only for rest, not for gadget. And the fifth, practice relaxation before sleep. Short meditation, deep breathing, or reading on digital book, or listening to calm music can help reduce stress and prepare the body for sleep. And the last, practice regular digital detox. Train yourself to reduce smartphone dependency at night. For example, by placing the device outside the bedroom. I think this is my answer, Mrs. Rurin.
You know what, Prof? Thank you so much, Prof. Hassan. Prof. Hassan is
Okay.
trying to give you a wise answer, but for me, I guess turn off your phone, ladies and gentlemen, before bed. Turn off your phone so you
Yeah.
can sleep well, okay? But Prof. Hassan, to reiterate what Prof. Hassan has said, he said that it's important to have, 1 hour preparation before bedtime to make sure that you are fully asleep, meditate if needed, listen to calm music, use blue light. That are very practical tips. So if you are listening to his answer and responses, please go ahead and prepare for that kind of technical tips so you can have and prevent sleep issues later. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Hassan. I think I will read the chat question now. Questions on the chat box. Mbak Aisyah, please kindly wait for a moment. Prof. Yusuf, we have question for you from Mbak Rose Meliana. She is asking, as a future nurse, how can nurses educate families, patients, with members who have mental disorders to not let or abandon these families in such states, because it's going to be really challenging for them to accompany this patient, but also we want to educate them to provide support for this patient. How nurse can contribute to the community, Prof. Yusuf, if you can answer. Yes, you can unmute. You cannot unmute. Committee, can you please unmute Prof. Yusuf?
Okay, thank you.
Nah.
Okay, good question from the Rose Medina.
Yeah.
How can we, as a nurse, educate the family of the patient? Yes, it is a big problem in my place related to family, because we are always sometime the family give more protection, from more protection for the patient. You must not make a handphone, you must not make a food in other place, you must not anything. This is a big problem from the family. But sometimes family is very lost. It's okay, you can anything. It is my big problem. And sometimes the patient is rejected about the patient. This is our concern in this my shelter, is to coordinate it with the patient, with the family, because all of the patient in my shelter is also coordination by family. In my shelter, not give some support from the Ministry of Social or the Minister of Health, but also we are coordinated with the family. And when we have a problem with family, we are also try to coordination to communicate with family. This is your family. This is we are trying to give more good in the activity daily living. We are trying to include the patient in the social activity, in the pengajian, like in the pengajian, or in the just on the environment. The patient go to buy some food or some water and others to in the community. It is okay, but sometimes it's no, you must not make a patient to go out from your shelter. It is my big problem. So sometimes we are communicate with the patient, sometimes we communicate with the patient. When the family coming to my shelter, we are to communicate together. This is a progress from the patient. We are trying to make a patient to including in my activity, in social activity, in musola activity, and others. And sometimes the family is okay, is okay. I look from the progress from the patient, it is good for you. So we are trying to always coordination about the patient and family. And usually, actually, we must make a family therapy. Family therapy is not only education in the family, but we are also discuss about the patient, about the family. Sometimes family is apa namanya problem
Session?
no problem utama for the patient, because the rest from the family and others family members. It is my problem, so we are always coordination. we are trying to discuss about the patient who is good with the patient and who rejected the patient. So we are always coordination. Actually, after the family look the progress for the patient is okay, 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 it is good. It is our activity to coordination with family and the patient. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yusuf, Mbak Rose. So Prof. Yusuf really encourages the families to have a strong communication and coordination with the shelter if possible and with the health professionals, also closest to their house or their where their location is. And I'm sure it's not going to be easy and it's going to be really challenging, but as long as you follow through all the instructions from the health professionals, I guess it can be managed in the future, yeah, Prof. Yusuf.
Yeah.
So to continue to the question before we move on to the online session with the people who raise your hands, there is a question from Pak Taufikur Rahman. Pak Taufikur, if you listen to this session, you can add questions later on. Pak Yusuf, he is asking about kerasukan roh halus in Indonesia. So if something like that happen in closest situation to these people, what do you think is the emergency follow up to do for the people who are kerasukan, or maybe is there checklist that we can use in the field if that thing happened unprofounded? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pak Taufikur.
Pak Taufik, yes.
Especially about the kerasukan. What the difference? It is a spirituality belief for the community. What about the kerasukan? In my shelter, we are developed caring and spirituality because my uh, saudara, saudara itu apa?
Siblings, relatives.
Yeah, this is a treatment for the spirituality. But about the kerasukan, it is more than like hallucination. It is a perception problem. Perception problem, it is there is no object that perception by the person there are anything. Like there are Pangeran Diponegoro, there are Nyai Roro Kidul and others. It is perception, no object, but the person from the stimulus perception for the patient, and the delusion it is about the isi pikiran from the patient. So we are try to handle about the patient if the family more believe that it is because non-spiritual. Okay, I have kiai to look at this, and we will treatment with the water and maybe salt or maybe sugar to give patient. But I also give the head problem like give a chlorpromazine or others. So psychopharmacology is okay, we will give treatment, and the spirituality we take a suggestion for the patient and the family. But the different between spirituality and hallucination. But hallucination is about the perception, stimulation perception for the patient. What different? The because kerasukan roh halus. Roh halus it is a perception from the mental health uh, science. So I
Okay.
think we are always give combination some treatment from the orang pinter kiai itu and also with pharmacologist.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that
After
all for now? Okay.
yeah, after the patient is can we are coordinated by with a good activity. Oh, okay. Spirituality, pharmacology it is a good. Apalagi when the patient is aggression. The aggression it is cannot be cured without the diazepam. After we are injection by diazepam, the patient will be calm and we are. I'm sorry. I have angry with you. So we are trying to educate it with uh, cognitive therapy and others.
Okay. Great, thank you so much. That's a new information to me and probably to all the participants here that kemasukan roh halus is part of the minds and hallucination. Maybe the first aid that nurses can do is probably trying to calm the minds to make sure that they are ready to receive information and to relax after that. Thank you, Prof. Yusuf, for the information. Now, for everyone who is raising the hands, just like Prof. Hassan mentioned, if you have any question, just type first so we can move really quickly and for the speakers to get ready for the question as well. Mbak Aisyah, are you ready for the question? Thank you, Prof. Yusuf, for the answers. Mbak Aisyah, let's go. You can open the mic. Mbak Maria and Mbak Najwa, you can also type your question first so the speakers can get ready with the questions. Mbak Aisyah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Miss.
Yes, go ahead, please, if you have any question for Prof. Hassan and Prof. Yusuf.
Okay, Miss, thank you, Miss, for giving me this valuable time. I want to ask to Prof. Hasinuddin. I think my question is very important in this current era as a Gen Z. My question is, if smartphones provide both positive and negative impacts, how can we balance digital benefits without worsening mental health in Generation Z? Just it.
Thank you so much, Mbak Aisyah. So I think it's almost similar with the previous question, Prof. Hassan. So, just the positive and negative impact and how to balance them. So you can answer
Yes.
shortly because Prof. Hassan is actually very busy and he's currently
Yeah.
trying to be another meeting. Go ahead, Prof. Maybe 1 or 2
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think same as with
Yeah.
the question from Mr. Faisal and Mr. So who is it? Yeah.
Uh,
So
I don't know.
I
I don't remember.
can
I'm so
answer.
sorry.
Yeah, I can answer this question. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So smartphone to use smartphone wisely, I think it is important to set limits on your screen time. So practice digital detox and manage notification to avoid overload and build habits of direct interaction with the real environment. Self-awareness and discipline are the key to maintaining balance between digital world and real life. I think this is my answer, Mr.
Okay.
Nurin.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's the same with the previous question, Pak Willy and
yeah,
Pak Faisal. Just make sure to
yeah.
limit your screen time only 1 or 2 hours
Okay.
each day. Bu Maria,
Yes, of
do you have any
course.
question to Prof. Hassan or Mbak Najwa? Or are you going to ask to Prof. Yusuf? Mbak Aisyah, that's all from the answer, yeah? I hope you can answer the question. Thank you very much. Mbak Maria, do you have questions for Prof. Hassan or Prof. Yusuf? Mbak Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity given. My name is Maria Octaviani from RSKD Jiwa, Naimata. And I'm sorry, I'm English is not very good.
Your English is so good. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to ask Prof. Hasinuddin regarding the current area and activities intelligent Gen Z with access EA very overload, where people seems and unable to separate themselves from smartphone. And what will be the appropriate intervention if we encounter a patient facing this issue, especially when it leads to negative consequences such an increased risk of violent behavior? Thank you.
The violent behavior, rest of the violent behavior, if you
Yeah.
can talk about that, Prof. Hassan.
Okay, thank you for the question. To overcome the negative impact of smartphone, I think we need to practice balance and awareness. This means setting healthy screen time limits, and then especially before bedtime, managing notification to avoid constant distraction, and practicing digital detox regularly. So, most importantly, we should encourage more face-to-face interaction, physical activities, and mindfulness practice.
By combining discipline with conscious digital habits, we can enjoy the benefit of smartphone without letting them control our mental and emotional well-being. I think this is the answer, Ms. Nuril.
Thank you, Prof. Hassan. I think it's almost the same again, to make sure that you are preventive from the behavior, criminal behavior. Make sure that you limit your screen time and use your phone wisely. Prof. Hassan, are you leaving now, or do you still have time? Just to make sure.
Okay. I have the other
Yeah.
moments, Ms. Nuril.
Oh, you have another assignment. Okay, Kamati, Pak
Okay.
Faisal, and Bu Yulis maybe. So we have some question for Prof. Yusuf, if Prof. Yusuf can stay for a little while. But because Prof. Hasin is leaving soon, we have a schedule on awarding certificate. Are we doing it now or? Okay. So, ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, as a token of appreciation for the speakers today, especially Prof. Hasin, because Prof. Hasin is having another assignment, we would like to thank you for your contribution and for your knowledge, and also for Professor Ahmad Yusuf as well for the contribution for today's meeting. And this is the certificate. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Miss
Thank you so
Nuril.
much.
Thank you, Prof. Hasin.
Thank
Good
you,
luck
Prof.
for
Yusuf,
another
Ms. Yulis.
assignment.
Okay, okay. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Prof. Hasin.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Miss Yulis.
Have a good rest of the day. Now, Prof. Yusuf, can you stay for a little while, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, to answer the
Okay,
questions
okay, okay.
before we move on to the next speaker? So there's a lot of important questions on the chat. Actually, I'm going to start with Jundi. Jundi asked about what is the difference of normal human suffering and the mental health disorders. How to differentiate this person is just normally sick or has a mental disorder. Can you tell the difference between humans? That's the
Okay.
question, bro. Go ahead.
Mbak Nuril, can you help me to transfer,
Yes?
to translate? I will
Yeah.
answer with Indonesia, is okay?
Sure. No problem. Go ahead, please.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Pak Jundi. About the difference about the human suffering and kesehatan, gangguan kesehatan mental, if we look at in the definition from the Ministry of Health, we make a simple present about the mental. Jiwa adalah sebuah gangguan perilaku yang dikendalikan oleh pikiran dan perasaan. Jadi gangguan jiwa itu adalah gangguan perilaku yang dikendalikan oleh pikiran dan perasaan. Apabila gangguan itu hanya mengenai pikiran, maka itu adalah hal yang biasa terjadi pada kita. Pada perasaan juga kita marah, jengkel, sedih, itu kan biasa terjadi pada kita. Gangguan pikiran kita sumpah, kita sulit konsentrasi, itu adalah hal yang biasa terjadi. Tetapi kalau sudah kena gangguan perilaku, itulah menjadi gangguan psikofungsional. Jadi gangguan pikiran itu seperti sulit konsentrasi, pikiran berulang, bingung, mau tidur nggak bisa, mau ngantuk nggak bisa tidur, mau makan nggak, mau sarapan nggak pingin makan, dan sebagainya. Di rumah pingin ke kampus, di kampus pingin pulang, di laut pingin ke gunung, di gunung pingin ke laut, dan sebagainya. Itu kan gangguan pikiran aja. Nah, kalau gangguan perasaan, kecemasan, takut, tidak sedih yang berlarut-larut, mudah marah, mudah sedih, dan sebagainya. Nah, tetapi kalau sudah sampai bolos, tidak bekerja, tidak berfungsi hidupnya, itulah menjadi psikosa fungsional. Jadi, selama masih berbentuk gangguan pikiran dan perasaan, itulah yang masuk kelompok psychosocial problem. Tetapi kalau sudah kena gangguan fungsional, itulah mental health problem. Saya kira itu jawabannya.
Wow, thank you so much. I just learned a new thing as well from Prof. Yusuf, actually. So to differentiate between a normal sickness or illness and the mental disorder humans, I guess we need to come back to the definition, which is the simpler way to understand that. If you have the normal sickness, I think you just need to understand that it only controls your mind and emotion. It does not reflect and affect your daily life. But if it is going to the higher level or advanced level, it adds up into not only your mind and your emotion, but also affected your daily life. You get lazy, you don't want to do anything, you get affected by it, by getting angry, more emotional, and then at the end of the day, maybe having a risky behaviors among your closest friends and families. That's when you think you are in the mental disorders aspect and core. I think that's the definition from Prof. Yusuf's explanation. I hope that explained, Pak Jundi. Another question, Prof, because your presentation is very interesting. I think this Camellia has a neighbor who she thinks has a problem with her mental illness, and she and her mother are trying to carry this person to the hospital, but the family actually avoided that. How do you think Camellia and her mom try to confirm and ask the family for this invitation to go to the hospital and actually treat the patient?
Ya,
What do you think? What do you think Camilla should do?
ya itulah debat dia, Mbak Nur ya.
Yes.
Yang biasa kita temukan memang seperti itu. Apabila keluarga sudah bosan dengan dibawa ke rumah sakit dan sebagainya, maka dia akan abai. Ketika dia sudah abai, itu akan dua kemungkinan. Mungkin dipasung atau diabaikan. Ketika diabaikan, dia akan menjadi homeless. Ketika dia dipasung, akan jadi pasien dengan pasungan. Ini dilema yang sangat sulit bagi kami. Ketika dia dipasung, menjadi masalah keluarga. Ketika dilepas, jadi homeless, menjadi masalah negara. Karena akan menjadi masalah di kabupaten, di kota, menjadi masalah di departemen sosial, ada di panti dan sebagainya. Tetapi kita akan tetap koordinasi, walaupun sudah dijadikan homeless, diambil oleh dinas sosial di panti, pantinya dinas sosial. Kalau ada masalah kesehatan jiwanya, kita tetap reference dengan rumah sakit jiwa atau puskesmas. Tetapi ketika kembali lagi, dia akan ditaruh di dinas sosial. Apabila ada keluarga, tetap akan dikembalikan pada keluarga. Terima kasih.
Wow, it's a conflicted situation actually, yeah, because family has the authority to whether they want the treatment or not. So I think it's, I think the collaboration should happen in the first place between the health professional around the area and the family. So we will see. Maybe Mbak Camelia, you can try talk face to face to them and like in a good situation, I guess, and talk to them if they want the treatment and get some education from the hospital. And at the end of the day, the family has the authority whether they want to continue sustain the treatment or not. Hopefully, it can answer. Thank you, Prof. Yusuf. Prof, do you think mental health care? There's a question, and this person want it to be anonymous. Do you think mental health care should be free, or do you think mental health care should be expensive?
Yang mana?
What do you think? There's no question in the chat, but she wants to be anonymous. She doesn't want to be mentioned. She sent me the DM on my private chat. She asked, should mental disorder or mental health care be expensive, or should it be free? Because both are knowledge, right? Not everyone has the money to access mental health care. So what do you think? Should we pay or should it will be free?
Today, schizophrenia is covered by BPJS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like in the mental hospital in Menur, it is covered by BPJS, and also in the puskesmas, also covered by. There are pharmacology, especially from for the psychotic, for the psychopharmaca. But they have limitation about like in the Menur hospital must be just only 14 days, just only 2 weeks.
Oh.
After 2 weeks, person must be come back to the family. After 30 days, after 1 month, if there are the patient get aggression again, we will come back to the Menur Mental Hospital. It is covered by BPJS.
Wow. Okay, another new information. So I think this responds to Mbak Camilla as well, that schizophrenia is actually covered by BPJS, and to the anonymous question. But I think a lot of time today, BPJS has covered some aspect of the mental health care. So some aspect is still being paid as well, and you need to prepare for the financial situation for that. But other than that, you can rely on BPJS coverage for the mental health care. I know not everything is free now, but a lot of them are being covered. So don't worry, and try to reach the health professionals around you and ask what coverage they have if you have any mental health situation. There's a questions on Prof. Hasim, but Prof. Hasim is no longer here, but we will keep it for you. Last question, I guess, Prof. Yusuf, from the chat box. What specific action should nurses take at the community level to proactively support the goal of free pasung 2024? It's already on the past, but free pasung, what do
Yeah,
you think? What should we do?
the PASOK it is a coordination by all of the sector, like we are commitment to it is everyone problem. So the first responsibility is to the family and the Pak RT, Pak Lurah and others. If there are so the patient give the person, Pak Lurah must coordination by Ministry of Social or Ministry or hospital, mental hospital. After Pak Lurah or Pak RT coordination, the Menor Mental Hospital or Ministry of Social or Satpol PP will pick up the patient from the family to give treatment in the mental hospital. After treatment from the mental hospital, patient will be delivered to the family. I think there's coordination to get the patient with pasung. Like from in the risk star, riset kesehatan dasar, it is increases between risk stars 2013 and 2018 because the family give report from the petugas kesehatan. It is my family with pasung. It is my family with pasung. So in the between 2013 and 2018, there are increase about the pasung in Indonesia. It is the family will be open with the patient with pasung. It is okay.
Yeah, I think Prof. Yusuf mentioned the collaboration between, the lower level and the higher level administrations from RT, RW, Kepala Desa, Lurah, whatever it is, to make sure that, free pasung movement can be implemented as soon as possible. And there's no more pasung in Indonesia, yeah, Prof, and being taken care with either the mental health shelter, just like the foundation that Prof. Yusuf is building with the team, or the health professional at any health facilities near to your local facilities. I think that's all from Prof. Yusuf from the floors today. What a topic. We really appreciate your contribution and the information and the approach that you have done with your team. It is really wonderful. We hope that in the future, more teams, more shelters can be built around Indonesia or maybe globally to be inspired by your team and what you're doing in the community as well. Let's give a big applause for Prof. Yusuf and whatever he has already shared to us. Thank you so much, Prof. Yusuf.
I'm
We will
sorry
get in
my
touch to you.
presentation can support with their conference, but all the participants can follow our media social to get picture and video from the my PPT. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, sorry at all. You were fantastic. Thank you so much for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that's from Prof. Yusuf and Prof. Hasin session. We are going to move forward for the next session. Another amazing session with two wonderful queens that we are inviting today to go and present to you. We have Dr. Rufa. Dr. Rufa, are you here? And Dr. Rahab. Dr. Rahab, are you here as well? Can you hear me? I think the committee, if you can help Dr. Rufa to unmute her mic.
Good morning. A very good
Hi.
morning.
Good morning. How are you today? We are very
Yeah,
excited to
fine.
see you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here is Dr. Rupa, and we would like to welcome her. So we're going to enter the second session for this webinar. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you can keep muted your mic, committees, can you please help mute the participant for a while? Yes, that's great. Thank you so much. And if you can spotlight or pin Dr. Rufa's screen, that would be great. So we have another amazing speaker, the third speaker of the day today, the second session. We have Dr. Rufa Metsu, PhD. She is the registered nurse and is currently professor of nursing at the University of Fujairah College of Health Sciences. And she has a lot of teaching experiences. She has taught at and is currently teaching at the University of Fujairah College of Health Sciences, and as well as at the King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences and Christian College of Nursing and Mada College of Nursing in India. And her work or duty experience related to the material so she is the clinical instruction in physiatric and mental health nursing at the complex for mental health from 2013 until now, and as well as the framing case scenarios for objective structure clinical examination or OSCE. And the other one is the presentation on enhancing e-course file, a faculty workshop for excellence in preparation on November 5th, organized by UOF, the CSS quality team. Dr. Rufa is here to present to us about pathogenesis and early detection of mental disorder and emotional stabilization strategies. Dr. Rufa, you have 1 hour to present your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me share the screen. Hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, it's currently loading, so we're gonna wait. It's still loading, so we're going to wait for a little while, I guess.
Sure.
Okay, so it's still loading. Do you mind if you stop the screen first and then reshare again?
Sure, sure.
Perfect. It's on the screen now.
Okay. So, okay. So, a very good morning to everyone. A pleasant morning from here, United Arab Emirates. I'm so happy to meet you all, and I'm excited to share the knowledge that can help us better understand and manage mental health conditions. So these are our objectives for today. We have 5 objectives. We can quickly run through each areas. Let me start with a quick introduction of the topic. As the WHO reports, more than 1 billion people are currently living with mental health disorders worldwide. So this is a huge global challenge. The earlier we detect these conditions, the better we can reduce suffering and improve the quality of life. For example, early therapy for a teenager with depression can prevent school dropout and long-term disabilities. In today's session, we'll not only look at causes and early warning signs, but also we will explore the strategies that will help people maintain emotional stability and how we can prevent relapse.
So now let's begin with a quick overview of the most common mental disorders. Mental disorders take many forms. It starts with the most commonest ones, or depression, often shows as persistent sadness, fatigue. Imagine a person who once enjoyed his or her hobbies but now avoids them altogether. Then anxiety disorders, which brings excessive worry, and the person can become panic. For example, someone who fears leaving their house due to some panic attacks. Bipolar disorder is marked by mood swings, such as spending a lot during their manic episodes, followed by weeks of hopelessness. And schizophrenia affects like thinking, their perception, often through hallucinations or withdrawal. So beyond individual suffering, these disorders have enormous social and economic impacts, affecting their families, in their workplaces, and in the communities. So this is the overview of the most common mental disorders. I tried to put it all together. To understand these conditions more deeply, let's move on their causes, starting with the biological factors. So, as you can see, biology plays a strong role. Some people have genetic predisposition where family history increases their risk. For example, let's say a child whose parent has bipolar disorder may be more vulnerable to develop bipolar disorder. This is an example for genetic predisposition. And next is neurochemical imbalances. We have many neurotransmitters in the brain. For example, let's say in depression, like serotonin, dopamine, which can influence mood regulation, can cause depression. Some brain structure changes, like changes in the hippocampus or amygdala, it might cause their function to be different, and which it can affect the memory or fear response. And next biological factor could be epigenetic changes, means that certain environmental triggers can switch on genes linked to mental illness. So on the whole, biology or the biological factors sets as foundation, but it's not the full story. Alongside biological factors, there are certain psychological factors also contribute to the development of mental illness. Let's dive into that. The psychological factors, the psychological experiences matters greatly, like early life trauma, such as abuse, neglect, which can increase the vulnerability to develop a mental illness. For example, consider a child who has been raised in an abusive household, who struggles with trust later in life. Chronic stress can overwhelm the coping skills of a person. Think of a professional person who is working under constant pressure, can develop anxiety. Next factor is cognitive distortions. A person is always thinking negatively about himself or herself. Like if the person failed once, he might always feel like, so I'll never fail, so I'll fail forever. Ever, for whatever I do, it will be a failure. So this is called cognitive distortion, or distorted thinking. This will distort how people view themselves and the world. And next is certain personality traits, especially neuroticism, may also make someone more prone to develop mental disorders. What is neuroticism? It is a personality trait where a person with high neuroticism tend to experience emotions more intensely and more often. This person with this personality may worry a lot. They can feel more anxious. They get easily stressed, or often feel sad or irritated. Even small problems sometimes feel overwhelming to them. For example, imagine two friends both stuck in a traffic. The friend with high neuroticism might immediately feel stressed, angry, and worried. They'll be late and think about it all the day. So this is the effect of a person who is having the personality with neuroticism. So this is all about the psychological factors that can cause mental illness. Next factor is the social factors. In the social context, can either protect or harm mental health. For instance, a dysfunctional family environment, lack of support can increase the risk. Other causes are like poverty, unemployment, unstable housing can add heavy stress to the person, like such as someone losing their job and feeling hopeless can influence a person. Then cultural stigma, often, cultural stigma often silences people. For example, communities where there are many places where depression is dismissed as laziness. They consider that when a person is seen depressed, when a person complains that he's feeling or she's feeling depressed, they might dismiss those symptoms, saying that, oh, it's just laziness. So
Dr.
that can.
Sorry,
Yes?
I am interrupting your speech. I think the slide is not moving.
On my side, it's on the correct.
It's not moving on our side. It's on the bipolar disorder. If you can.
No, for me, it's on social factors. You want me to load it again?
Yeah, I think if you don't mind, you can stop the screen and reshare again.
Okay, sure, no problem. Can you see?
Yeah, now it's on the bipolar. Yeah, it's working now.
Okay, so I will keep like this.
Yeah, I think you need to scroll down again. What's your last discussion?
I will put on this. Yeah.
Okay. It's the mental the schizophrenia on our side.
Social factors.
Is that
Can you see?
What we are looking at is the schizophrenia page.
Actually, what I am displaying is pathogenesis social factors. Slide number 7.
We are still on biological factors, slide 4. So I think you need to scroll down again to the arrow at the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing that now in the social factors.
No, it's not moving on our side.
Sorry, you can move share to the tab.
Yes, Pak. What do you want to say? Do you want the committee to share or how?
No,
Maybe
I can.
You can move share.
Do you want? Yeah. Do you want the committee to share it for you so you can say next and next?
Mungkin.
What about that?
Yeah.
It's comfortable for me to share.
No,
but
dia nggak mau Pak. Dia tetap pengen.
Now is it sharing?
Yeah, it's on psychological and then it's social.
Now
Yes,
social.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
We're on
Okay.
social. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. It happened all the time. So go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So Regarding the social factors, as we were talking earlier, it's about the dysfunctional family environment, lack of support, poverty, unemployment. I was talking about losing a person who is losing a job and feeling hopeless. And next is cultural stigma, which is, many people do not address their mental illness. Even if when a person is having depression, the person complains that he's feeling sad, the people in the family or the community can dismiss those symptoms or not consider those symptoms, thinking that it's just for time being, it's just a laziness. So this can later become a mental illness. So that's related to cultural stigma. And social isolation, especially among youth or elderly, can push individuals toward deepest distress. So now let's see how these biological, psychological, and social factors interact. We saw these three factors as the etiological factors or the pathogenesis of mental disorders. Now let's see how these three factors interact, because we said in the beginning itself, it's not one factor which cause a mental illness. So we can see how these factors interact to cause a mental illness. It's important always to remember that mental disorders rarely stem from just one cause, as I said. The biopsychosocial model shows us that biological, psychological, and social factors all interact. For example, someone with a genetic vulnerability who experiences childhood trauma and later faces social isolation can develop or may develop depression. Another example in case of schizophrenia, both genetic risk and cannabis, like any substance use, especially cannabis use in adolescents, have been shown to interact. So we cannot say when a person develops mental illness, it's because of his childhood trauma only. It's because of heavy stress. No, it's not like that. It's because of interaction of multiple factors, and the reason why the person is not able to cope, that is the time when the person's balance is, the stability of his mind is disturbed, then it can cause a mental disorder. With this understanding of causes, let's now turn to recognizing the early warning signs of mental disorders.
Okay, Ulfa.
Yes.
The slide is stuck again. If you can scroll to the next slide, that would be great. We're still at the social factors, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. We're done with this. Yay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. I think I should go like this. If I make it slideshow, it's not moving.
Yeah, I think so. So you just scroll.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for that. Thank you.
I will just, no problem. Okay. So we'll start with the early warning signs. Recognizing the early warning signs is crucial for any person. So there are three broad categories to identify the early warning signs. First is emotional, second cognitive, and behavioral signs. Emotional red flags include irritability, hopelessness, or mood swings, like a student who suddenly becomes aggressive in a class is an example. In cognitive ones include having poor concentration, persistent negative thoughts, such as forgetting simple tasks at work. Behavioral signs might be withdrawal, neglecting responsibilities, or using substance. For example, a teenager who stops attending school and starts using alcohol. So these are some of the early warning signs which I try to put in three broad categories as emotional, cognitive, and behavioral signs. Let's go into more detail about the signs and symptoms that signal potential mental disorders. When several signs cluster together, it may be time to seek professional help. Those symptoms are, first thing is changes in sleep, changes in the appetite or personal care. Imagine someone sleeping for 14 hours a day and neglecting hygiene. Dramatic mood changes or withdrawal from social activities are considered as red flags, like a friend suddenly avoiding a social contact who was very well interacting with others earlier. People may also report, sometimes some somatic complaints like body pain, chronic headaches with no medical cause, and also drop in function and problems with thinking, especially problem in memory, problems in concentration, problems with attention. All these symptoms indicates there is something, it's a red flag. It indicates there is some problem with his mental health. Let's continue to other few symptoms. Some may show increased sensitivity, like such as avoiding noisy places. They cannot stay in crowded places, noisy places. Then apathy may appear as like a college student losing all motivation to study, not interested to be happy, cannot feel the pleasure. When we ask the person, how do you feel, the person might tell, I don't feel anything. Are you feeling upset? Are you feeling sad? The person might say, no, I feel nothing. So this indicates apathy. And feelings of disconnection can feel like living in a dream, like they are disoriented to their environment. They are not aware of even themselves. They cannot state the reality. So this type of disconnection can be seen. Then illogical thinking, like believing that one has superpowers can occur. It's like a delusion. And nervousness, being more suspicious, such as constantly thinking others are talking behind one's back. These are some of the peculiar signs of mental illness. And other unusual behaviors, like such as dressing inappropriately for the season. All these signs and symptoms further signals that this person has a problem with his mind. Also, in the areas of school, education, there can be absenteeism, there can be difficulties in the relationships. So all these signs and symptoms, we cannot say a person will have all the signs and symptoms together, but if a person is having some of these symptoms, this indicates that there is a red flag, that it has to be considered and he needs help. So once these signs are identified, the question begins, what actions can we take? So next, the important thing that we have to do is take action to get help. So once the signs are identified, what's next? We can encourage certain self-help strategies, like gratitude practices, to make them understand that whatever they have in their life today, it's a gift for them, to be more have more gratitude towards whatever they have. Also, they can, if they are interested, they can go for an exercise, they can connect with others, For example, they can even do journaling, by reflecting their feelings. They can write about the good things that happen in their daily lives. This could also improve a person's mood, and also the person can involve in stress management, which is very essential. Like, whenever they feel stressed, they can do breathing exercises, especially as students. You can, whenever we face a stressful situation, or when we are facing as exam, we can do deep breathing exercises. But sometimes professional counseling and medical evaluation is necessary. And one major barrier for seeking help is stigma, because many still fear that being labeled as weak. If a person is diagnosed with mental illness, the society might label that person as weak. This is a major barrier, which is a big stigma. So breaking that stigma is part of our role. So to support this process, screening tools play a very important role. Let's dive into the screening tools. So what are the screening tools that's available? So we now have many tools, like for early detection, like questionnaires, like patient health questionnaires for depression. It asks about frequency of sadness, loss of interest. Another tool like generalized anxiety and depression screens, which measures excessive worry. Other tools like structured clinical interviews, which helps to do the diagnosis of the illness. Now, with the technological advancement, we have many digital tools like mental health apps that can track even sleep and mood, which can help in the remote areas. For instance, a student using a stress tracking app may realize that they need help by using this app. So these were some of the screening tools which can be used to detect mental illness. So followed by that, we cannot stop here. Primary care also has an essential role in detection and support. Not only identifying the early symptoms, we have to screen by using various tools. Also, we have to seek help to the physician. So what is the role of a primary care? Let's scroll down. The role of a primary care. I mean, often the first professional people see is the primary care doctor, like their GP, the general physician. So routine screening during checkups can make a huge difference. For example, a doctor asking 2 simple questions about mood can reveal depression, like how are you feeling today? The person is saying that I'm always feeling with low mood. Are you feeling upset? He might say, I feel nothing, but I still feel inactive and not wanted to do anything. So it shows that there is some problem with his mood. So this is how a physician can rule out that this person is having a problem with his mind. So collaboration between primary care and the mental health specialist ensures continuity of care. So when immediately when the physician identifies that this person is having a problem with his mental health, he can refer this individual to a mental health specialist to get a continuity in his care. So and open dialogue, simply asking how are you coping emotionally, can reduce the stigma. Instead of asking to this person, are you having any mental health issue directly, instead of asking like that, you can ask, how are you coping emotionally? So this will help to reduce the stigma also, and the person also will not feel himself bad or weak Instead, he might move forward to seek further help for his mental health. So this is the major role of a primary care physician. Next area is the schools and workplaces. Schools and workplaces are also vital in early detection of mental disorders. So what are the roles of the schools and workplaces? Schools and workplaces, here teachers may notice a usually engaged child suddenly failing in the exams, suddenly stop doing their assignments. This can indicate a problem in the child. So it helps in early detection. Supervisors in the workplace may see an employee calling in sick frequently due to stress, like sending a sick leave often, giving excuses for the work. So all this indicates that there is some problem with this person. Again, awareness programs like stress management workshops can help staff themselves to recognize that they have some problem with their mental health. Another area is peer support groups. This can allow the colleagues to share their struggles openly, thus they can build resilience. So despite these supports, we face challenges in the early detection. Now, what are the challenges in the early detection? Now, we saw many tools are available. The person can meet the physician. There are chances to detect the problems in the school, in the workplace, but still there are challenges in early detection. What are they? Despite the tools and knowledge, still challenges remain. Stigma keeps many silent. This is a major problem now our society is facing, stigma. For instance, some avoid seeking therapy, fearing that they'll be seen as unstable or weak. In some regions, resources and trained professionals are scarce, like rural areas without psychiatrists. People underreport symptoms because out of their fear, such as student hiding panic attacks from parents. Cultural attitudes may dismiss mental illness as weakness, especially among older generations. So beyond early detection, let's shift to emotional stabilization. That's helping people regulate emotions effectively. How we can help people to regulate emotions effectively. So emotional stabilization means regulating the emotions in a way that maintains calm and enables adaptive responses. That's the definition of emotional stabilization. For example, instead of reacting angrily during conflict, someone may pause and choose a calmer response. This prevents relapse, and this reduces risk of escalation of the situation and supports better decision making and relationships. In therapy, but also in daily life, this is a crucial part of mental well-being. Let's explore the practical self-regulation techniques. So what are the self-regulation techniques? There are practical techniques we can teach or practice even for ourselves, like mindfulness meditation, anchors us in the present. For example, focusing on breathe to avoid spiraling on our thoughts. Breathing exercises can calm anxiety, like inhaling deeply before a presentation, which can help to calm down the anxiety. And journaling helps tracks triggers, such as noting that arguments with friends worsen anxiety. Every day, like writing a diary, if we reflect on our actions, if we practice this helps us to identify, where did we, where is the trigger? We became anxious, we became angry. So where is the trigger? So this will help us to identify the trigger point, so that we can avoid that trigger point and regulate our emotions. Other things like progressive muscle relaxation, like tensing and releasing the muscle, each muscles. These techniques can also be used to relieve tension, anxiety, and stress in our day-to-day life. So in addition to self-regulation, there are some lifestyle choices which also shape mental health outcome. So what are the lifestyle approaches? So a healthy lifestyle is a protective lifestyle. First thing is exercise. Exercise can boost mood and energy of a person because running releases endorphins that can reduce depression symptoms. Balanced nutrition, having a good diet supports brain health. For example, such as omega-3 fatty acids, which can improve the cognitive function. Next is good sleep hygiene, like keeping a regular bedtime, not changing the bedtime frequently depending on our need. No, we have to keep the bedtime regular. Reduces irritability. When we keep the bedtime regular, when we sleep properly, that itself will reduce our anxiety and irritability. Also, avoid having habit of using alcohol. For example, alcohol can worsen anxiety and it can cause problems for our everyday daily living. So if we avoid and if we follow these lifestyle approaches, it could support our mental health. So alongside lifestyle, professional therapies offer structured support. So what are those therapeutic interventions that we can use? So professional therapies are highly effective, like for example, cognitive behavioral therapy, which helps challenge negative thought patterns. For example, replacing I'm worthless with I made a mistake, but I can improve. This is how cognitive behavior therapy works. Then next intervention is dialectical behavior therapy, which teaches coping skills such as using grounding techniques during panic attacks. Then other forms of psychotherapy help process trauma, like exposure therapy, especially for phobias like let's say flooding, systematic desensitization. So these interventions can be applied. So at times, medication is also required as part of the treatment plan. So because every time only therapy or only applying lifestyle strategies may not help all the individuals. So sometimes there is a need to combine all these interventions to get help. So pharmacological support. Regarding pharmacological support, sometimes antidepressants like SSRIs, that is which is a medication for depression, can help people regain motivation and energy. And mood stabilizers like lithium for bipolar disorders, and short-term and anti-anxiety medications which can relieve anxiety. However, the best outcomes occur only when medication is combined with therapy and lifestyle strategies. It's not like taking a pain medication and the pain goes off. No, it's not like that. It's better to combine other therapies and other strategies along with medications to be more effective. So also beyond therapy and medication, social support plays a very important role in mental health. So social support systems. No one heals alone. See, mental health actually starts from the family. So no one can heal themselves alone. Like family, peers, communities are vital compartment in the recovery of a person. For example, families reminding patients to take medications improve the adherence. Many patients, they don't adhere to the medications. This might be the reason for their relapse. So family, if there is family support, if there is adequate family support, then they are going to adhere to their medication, and of course they are going to improve. So family support is very important. It's very vital. Support groups, other support systems or support groups. This allow people to share their experiences. Say if they are in a support group, they might find people with the same problems, so they can share their experiences, like how they sorted out their problems. So this can help them to sort find a solution for their problems, and this might reduce the feeling of isolation, that they are not the only person affected with this problem. No, still there are other people affected, so they can understand their problems more extensively and help themselves. Now, online forums can provide encouragement, such as peer-to-peer counseling communities are available. Now, strong social support increases resilience and promotes long-term stability. So, looking ahead, let's consider the future directions of mental health. What are the future directions? So, AI assisted symptom monitoring, which is recently, very well learned, understood, and being used in monitoring, may allow early interventions. For example, wearable devices tracking sleep, mood changes are available, and telepsychiatry makes therapy accessible to rural communities. Then personalized medicine may allow treatments tailored to genetic profiles, such as choosing medications based on DNA testings, and integrating mental health into public health policy ensures services are available universally. So this is, when we look at the future directions, we hope we can earlier detect the mental illness and help the people who are in a situation where they need help. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude, early detection saves lives, reduces disability, and improves recovery. So emotional stabilization strategies help people to live a balanced life, fulfilling their needs. For example, teaching mindfulness in schools has reduced stress among students. So the key takeaway is awareness, prevention, support, and professional care. So all of this is required, not only medication, not only professional care, not only being awareness. So all this have to work together. So let's encourage an open dialogue and be proactive, mental health management in every sphere of the life. So this is the major things that we have to understand about mental health. What are the causes we saw, and how we can detect a mental illness. We saw what are the signs and symptoms of mental illness, so, and how to manage those mental health problems. So on the whole, early detection the primary prevention is better, at least secondary prevention to earlier detection will help to reduce mental illness in our communities. So thank you for today. This is my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Rufa. Let's give a big round of applause to our third speaker for the day. Wow, amazing, amazing presentation. Thank you so much for such an insightful presentation, Dr. Rufa. You have explained to us, to all the participants. We have 600 something participants listening to you on the importance of understanding the early signs of mental disorders and the value of early detections as well, and as well as the practical strategies for the emotional stabilization. And these are very, very significant and very important, very vital for our life. And not only for the healthcare professionals and providers, health facilities, but also for the families and the communities as well. Thank you so much. We would like you to wait for a moment as we proceed for our next speaker and our last speaker as well. Dr. Rehab, are you here? We want to make sure that you are going okay with your microphone. Is
Maybe
Dr.
going
Rehab?
to the question and answer first.
Oh, okay. So we're going to move on to the Q&A session as we wait for Dr. Rehab, actually. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the presentation and wonderful explanation from Dr. Rufa. Any questions from the floor on the early detection of mental health disorders and how to actually work with that with the families? We have questions from Cecilia in the chat box. Cecilia, if you can talk later with Dr. Rufa, that would be great as well. Now, I would like to read Cecilia's question. What can nurses do to prepare for early detection of mental disorders in community? Dr. Rufa, if you may want to answer that one.
You know, whenever a patient is coming to you, first, with their appearance itself, we might be able to identify. First thing is your observation. It's very important. It's a key, the appearance, the way they walk, the way they talk to you, the way they express their feelings. For example, if they are saying they have pain, we know what pain, where and how it can happen, the intensity of pain, everything we know. So when we talk to them and when we observe them, we will be able to identify whether it is just a somatic complaint or it's a real pain. So with that, we can take a note during our assessment, which can help to identify that whether it is related to his mental health or it's a real physical illness. So main thing is our assessment, our observation on, immediate observation. That's our role as a nurse. That's our role to observe the patient.
Great. So I think most important thing about being a health professional, especially the nurses, your ability to understand your patients or the people around you is through their appearances, through your observations. That's the first thing that you probably need to notice. That's what Dr. Rufa is saying. So hopefully it helps Cecilia. If you have more questions or addition to the responses, you can also type back. Jesse. Now Jesse is already raising her or his hand. I'm not sure. Jesse, if you can unmute your mic, time is yours, please. Oh, Jesse is no longer there. Okay. We have Nurse Yuli in the comment. I'm going to read her question. Oh, Jesse is back. Jesse, are you trying to ask questions or do you want to unmute your mic? Jesse, can you hear me? Or do you still need time? Jesse, can you hear me? You, we cannot hear anything from you. You're not audible. Okay, we are going to move on to Nurse Yuli first while waiting for Jesse mic to work.
The host needed to give access to the mic, but now I got access. Thank you very much.
Nice. I'm so sorry for that. The committee is actually working hard, so that's why. Thank you, Jesse, for waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was just trying to unmute my mic for some time, but it was like, okay,
Yeah,
no big
okay. I
deal.
understand that.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Dr. Rufa, you definitely did well. You did justice to the topic.
Thank
So,
you.
I am Jesse from the Department of Public Health Services, Ministry of Health, the Gambia, and then currently a doctoral degree student at Universitas Airlangga. Right now, when we as doctoral degree students are asking questions, we mostly go into the research perspectives, I guess. So, and then some of my colleagues are doing research on mental health, especially on fasting and other stuff. So therefore, from the standpoint of nursing, okay, where patient-centered monitoring and early intervention are central, how do I put this? What multimodal or longitudinal study design will be most appropriate to clinically detect major mental disorders? Specifically, how might we integrate principal biomarkers such as inflammatory and epigenetic indicators, etc., and then to continuously monitor behavior and digital pathogenesis? That might lead to the monitoring system and clarify temporal pathways on onset. So I guess I don't know if the question is being understood, but if not, I guess I will be able to type it into the chat box so that Dr. Rupa would be able to read it as well, because I'm
Jesse,
asking from the research perspective. All right, there we
correct.
go.
Jesse, that's such a hard question. We understood that, but that's such a challenging question because you have thrown a lot of specific terminologies in there. But if I can reiterate once more, I guess Jesse is asking about what appropriate research design and foundation to help them and the team, for Jesse's team, I guess, to design for the topic on digital behavior and pathogenesis on detection. I guess Dr. Rufa knows this more about how to answer this one. Go ahead, Dr. Rufa. You're still muted. Committee, if you can help Dr. Rufa unmute her mic. Yes, great.
So for doing this research, the best research design would be like using interviews, like one-on-one open-ended conversations, then diary studies, field studies like observation studies, focus group discussions. This is for qualitative research studies, and if you go for quantitative research designs, we can do surveys like online and offline questionnaires to collect the area of interest. Then automated logging, like collecting device generated data to track user interactions and behavior. And then A/B testing, like A or B testing, like comparing different versions of a digital product or service to determine which performs better. Then mixed methods can be tried. Mixed methods like combining qualitative and quantitative methods, using both quantitative and qualitative methods to gather a comprehensive understanding. Then experiencing sampling method, like collecting data on users subject to experiences in real time, often using mobile users devices can be used. So these are some of the designs that we can use in longitudinal studies. I hope I answered your question.
Sure. Jesse, do you have any additional responses to that, especially with the quantitative and quality aspect, maybe you want to add to that? Or are you okay for now? You're mute, or Kamatis, can you help Jesse unmute his mic? That's okay. Because I think it's such an important topic for researchers, especially how they can detect their passion. Jesse is back with his mic. Go ahead if you have any responses to that. Yeah, so Dr. Rufa said there's a lot of ways and methods that they can do for the longitudinal study based on qualitative or quantitative aspect of it. It can be associations, can be digital tools like surveys, or maybe face-to-face interview. Jesse, are you back? Okay, I mean, you can.
I am here, and then
Yes.
just a little follow-up question, Doctor.
Yeah, sure.
The information that you gave was very, very helpful, and I'm definitely glad about it. And the thing is that sometimes in the researches, and then if people do some interviews, sometimes they might give some false positives, and then otherwise they may give some misdiagnosis, and sometimes the condition might not even be how do I call it? The condition might not even be existing, like the Prof. Yusuf made presentation about the difference between someone who is mentally ill and someone who is suffering. Sometimes the misdiagnosis might be given to those kind of people and then might be classified into mental illness, whereas they are just suffering from the traumatized situation or the environment that they are living in. So in order to be able to reduce those misdiagnoses, while ensuring that the tools that you are using remain ethical, you understand, culturally sensitive, and also feasible in the application in the community or primary healthcare nursing practices. How do we go about that?
Better to choose mixed methods, like, to identify, as you said, you find it difficult to differentiate a person who is suffering from mental illness and a person who is really, having mental illness. To differentiate it, better to choose mixed methods so that you can get get an interview and then do a survey with a specific questionnaire to differentiate. The tool should be specific enough to tell you that is this a mental illness or is just for time being that this person is suffering from mental health issue because of let's say, for example, heavy stress. So mixed method can help to solve this issue.
Great. So mixed method it is for the answer. I hope Dr. Rufa's response can help Jesse's research in the future. Jesse, we are very short in time, but if you have any more questions and want to discuss with her, please contact the committee and you can ask follow up if you can reach out to Dr. Rufa through email, I guess, for further discussion with the research. But that was wonderful question. Thank you so much. I learned something new as well from your discussion. Dr. Rahab is here actually, but I want to follow up last question before we continue and proceed to Dr. Rufa. Cecilia asked again as a response to your answer previously. So she's asking if psychiatric nurses can use all the tools that you mentioned previously on the slides to assess the early detection of mental disorders. And maybe if you can mention which tools is actually the most effective. You probably have experience on that. Go ahead.
Mental status examination is the best tool as a nurse we can use in mental health. We as nurses are not professionally immediately trained in the clinical area to do therapy. Mental status examination is a great tool that we during our nursing studies we learn in mental health. So this will help you to identify the mental health of an individual. So I prefer mental status examination as a best tool that can be used.
Thank you so much. So I think among the many tools that are available out there for the researcher or nurses to use, I guess assessment of the tools is important as well to make sure which one is more effective. And again, I think the same thing I said to Jessie. Cecilia, you can also approach the committee if you want to discuss more with Dr. Rufa. You can contact her through email. Thank you, Cecilia, for the questions and other participants as well. Dr. Rehab is here, Dr. Rufa. If you can or you don't mind to wait for a moment, we can continue the discussion later on. Dr. Rehab, can you hear me?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we have our fourth speaker for the day, for the second session. Let me introduce Dr. Rehab Al-Hasmi, PhD. So Dr. Rehab is, wait a minute, I have a lot of papers on my hand. So Dr. Rehab Al-Hasmi, PhD, is currently working as an assistant professor of psychiatric mental health nursing at King Saud bin Abdul Aziz University of Health Sciences, College of Nursing, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And then her work or duty experience related to the material is she is the member in evaluation research committee at the 9th Health Professions Conference, February 2025 this year. And also the participant as speaker in the first international conference on innovation and technology to strengthen maternal, infant, and child health services organized by Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health, Mamuju, December 2024. Dr. Rehab is going to talk and discuss with us on the topic of emergency response to emotional mental disorder and violent behavior. And her presentation will focus on critical insights on how nurses and other healthcare professionals and providers can respond effectively in crisis situation, ensuring both patient safety and caregiver safety. Dr. Hab Al-Hasmi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much.
Are you able to share your screen?
I am trying actually, yes. Yes. Here, do you see my presentation?
Yeah, perfect. You may start.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning and good afternoon. I will speak about emergency response to emotional mental disorder and violent behavior. So psychiatric and emotional crisis can happen suddenly without warning and often put the individual and other at immediate risk. Our role, as you know, as a health provider, is to respond quickly and safely. So first, I want to speak about what is psychiatric emergency, and I am sure, like the other speakers, they introduced that before. When we use the term psychiatric emergency, we are describing what? Sudden and severe disturbance, mood, thought, behavior that result in immediate danger to the patient, other, or property. So example can include suicide, violent behavior, a severe panic attack, or acute psychosis, such as when we have patients with hallucination and delusion. So they are all urgent medical crisis. A delayed response can allow harm to happen, while a rapid and structured response can protect the lives of nurses, of others, and the safety of the property. Okay, what is the characteristic of psychiatric emergency? And this is very important because as a nurse and healthcare provider, we need to know how the crisis develop so we can intervene on time. Psychiatric emergencies share different defining features actually. that make them different from day-to-day mental health issues or care that we give to the patient. So first, you will notice that they come on sudden. Someone may seem fine, but after a stressful event, substance use, or family conflict, they can enter crisis within hours or even minutes. They often escalate rapidly, unlike physical illness that sometimes build gradually. Psychiatric symptom can intensify very quickly. So an anxiety can go, for example, into panic attack very quickly, or hallucination can lead to unsafe behavior or delusion. They have immediate risk. So the risk can be directed inward in self-harm, so the patient can harm himself or may have suicidal thought, or outward toward the other through aggression and violence. The person may often loses their normal coping abilities, and this is important for us as a nurse to assess coping abilities for the patient that we have. So their stress tolerance drops. They will have poor judgment, so their judgment becomes compromised, and their behavior, if you look at them, it is really irrational or extreme. So they usually temporary. They will not stay for a long time. Also, they feel overwhelmed in the moment for the patient. With the proper intervention, the acute phase often resolve. They also multifactorial, and what we mean by that, they are not caused by just one thing. They happen as a result of different things: the biological factor, the psychological stressor, the family, social, the environment triggers, all that combine to produce the crisis. So for that reason, psychiatric emergency should be treated at the same urgency as chest pain or breathing problem. They are really medical emergencies, and recognizes these characteristics allow us to act quickly. So now let's ask, why does emergency psychiatry matter so much? The main reason is that these crises are life-threatening. A suicide attempt can end in death if we do not act on time. Aggression can escalate to violence, risking injury to the patient, staff, or others. Severe panic, psychosis can leave a person in danger, so they may harm themselves accidentally or be harmed by their environment. So the crises offer a window of opportunity. They are often short-lived. If we step in early with calm communication, safety measure, we can prevent tragedy and turn the crisis into the chance for the recovery. So ethical and legal responsibility, and they are very important for us as a nurse and healthcare provider. Even in a crisis, we need to remember something: people have rights. The right for dignity. The way we speak and act should preserve the person humanity, even when they are highly distressed. We use usually in psychiatric nursing the least restrictive care. And what we mean by that, restraint and seclusion, we use it only if other options fail and there is a clear imminent danger for the patient or for the other patient and for the staff. We also consider involuntary treatment only when a person has an imminent risk of serious harm to self or others. Confidentiality, which is very important. As we know, confidentiality must be respected. So if someone is at risk of harming themselves or others, we are legally and ethically required to break confidentiality to protect life. So the most important thing is that we should be honest with the patient and explain that this step is being taken out of concern for their safety and the safety of the others. Documentation, which is very important. As a nurse, every observation, every intervention, and patient response should be recorded carefully, not only for the legal purpose, but also for the continuity of care of the patient. So now here I want to differentiate between what is anger, aggression, and violence. So usually the crisis start with anger, and it built until it reached the violence. So what we mean, among the most difficult crises to handle are those involving aggression and violence, especially in the inpatient at the hospital, inpatient unit at the hospital. So anger, it itself is normal reaction. It is an emotional reaction to frustration or feeling threatened. While aggression is when anger is expressed as action, such as verbal abuse, physical threats. Violence is when force or power is used intentionally against self, other, or property, with a high chance of injury or harm, death, or even psychological harm. For example, a patient shouting in frustration is showing anger. A patient throwing object is showing aggression, while a patient physically attacking the staff is showing violence. So understanding this stage or differentiate between this concept is important because it gives us an opportunity to interfere early during anger or early aggression before it escalates to the violence. And always remember, aggression often hides fear, pain, need that are unmet. If we only see the aggression, we actually missing the suffering underneath. Our role is not just to control behavior, but also to recognize the human stress behind it and respond with compassion as well as with safety. Okay, here I have the phases in the development of a crisis. As a nurse or other healthcare providers, we often have the first contact with the patient in a crisis in the hospital. So it is essential to understand how crises develop. Crises usually happen in phases, and if we recognize them early, we can intervene before the situation reach its peak. So at the beginning, we have the triggering phase. Something happens, a stressor like bad news, pain, or confrontation. As a nurse, you need to ask about that, and you need to step and intervene early. You need to ask about what were the triggering factors, what lead to the crisis, what lead to the patient to become anger or aggression. At this point, our role as a nurse to stay alert. We may notice some change in the patient, restlessness, irritability, or change in the patient voice. So what you should do at this phase, a calm approach and offering support can sometimes prevent escalation here. So if we move to the next phase for the escalation, emotion intensify. The patient may move or walk, raise their voice, clench fist, or become more demanding. This is a red flag stage for us. As a nurses or healthcare provider, here we should use de-escalation technique in this phase. And I will speak later in one of my slides about de-escalation technique. Speak calmly, respect personal space, and avoid confrontation to the patient. If you cannot manage patient in this phase, he will move to the crisis phase. The patient may become violent, attempt self-harm or act irrationally. At this point, priority for you as a nurse is the safety for the patient, ourselves, and others. We should make sure that we maintain the safety as this point. We should call for help, follow the hospital protocols. This is very important because they are not the same 100%. And if necessary, use team-based intervention, such as seclusion or restraint, but only as a last resort. So after the crisis, the patient will go in the recovery phase. So with the intervention that you have done, the patient begins to come in the recovery phase. And as a nurse or other healthcare provider, we play a key role here in providing reassurance, monitoring for patient vitals, and ensuring that the patient feels safe without judgment, because judgment may increase the aggression in the patient and may cause a relapse. For the post-crisis intervention, so now after the crisis, patient feels guilt, shame, or even emotional exhaustion. So as a nurse in this phase, we must be especially attentive here because the risk for suicide can increase in this phase because we have what? We have depression now and feeling of guilt and shame. And so you need to be careful here and alert for the suicide. This is a critical time for emotional support and close observation. It can stay from hours to days. So, so as a nurse, your role is not just reacting at the crisis peak, but being alerted during the earlier phases and using communication skills to prevent escalation whenever possible. So here, predisposing factor to aggression and violence. Why this is important as a nurse? You need to know, as a nurse and also as other healthcare providers, as a nurse, you need to know what are the predisposing factors to aggression and violence. You need to assess. You need to know everything about your patient to provide a holistic care. To prepare your plan, nursing plan for the patient and intervention. So one of the factors that predispose the person to aggression and violence can be grouped into different categories. One of the most important categories is psychological learning factors. Children and even adults, they learn by modeling. If a child grows up watching parents or caregiver respond to stress with shouting, hitting, or threats, they may do the same behavior. Children who are abused or exposed to aggression also at higher risk of becoming aggressive themselves later in life. Another influence is the media. Repeated exposure to violent movies, television, or video games can normalize violence over time. This can make aggression feel like an acceptable behavior. Operant conditioning, this means behavior is shaped by its outcome. If the child throws a tantrum and gets attention, or if an adult uses threat to gain control, so the aggressive behavior is rewarded and is more likely to be repeated. So what I mean here is that aggression is seen as learned response. And as a healthcare provider, we need to help individuals and even the family replace this unhealthy pattern with healthier, non-violent coping strategy. So you need to look at to the biological and the neurophysiological factors to provide a holistic care for your patient. Some conditions of the brain are strongly linked to the aggression. Epilepsy, can trigger sudden aggression, brain tumor, traumatic injury, which can impact regulation for the judgment and emotional control, hormonal dysfunctions such as hyperthyroidism, neurotransmitter imbalance. All these can impact the patient. So when you have patient, you need to go and look at the history or if the patient has any of these factors. So we have here social environment and other psychological factor. So we have social stressor, for example, like poverty and employment discrimination that can increase aggression and violence, family breakdown, neglect, abuse, or domestic violence, environmental triggers such as overcrowding, high temperature, and we have substance abuse, especially alcohol, cocaine. Actually, in healthcare setting, if we have inexperienced staff, controlling staff, and poor limit setting, that can lead to aggression. So we need to be careful in healthcare setting. We need to have good limit setting, experienced staff, they are not trying to compromise the patient, judge the patient, confront the patient, try control the patient in wrong way, actually, because that will cause increase in the aggression and violence in healthcare setting. Okay, signs of aggression. Now, if you have a patient, you need to know what is the signs of aggression and how you recognize them. When we assess the patient in a crisis, now you have patient in a crisis. When you assess this patient, it is important to remember that aggression is not one single behavior. It can take many forms. Recognizing these different types help you intervene more effectively. So you will look at the physical aggression, direct action that cause physical harm, such as hitting, kicking, or slapping. These are often the most dangerous because they can quickly harm both the patient and other. You will look at the verbal aggression. Any threats or harsh comment designed to hurt others. Sometimes verbal aggression is a warning signs that physical aggression may follow if the situation escalates. So you need to intervene before it is escalate here. Relational aggression, damaging someone, social reputation or connection, such as spreading rumors and bullying. All these are example of the relational aggression. Actually, here it is more common among children and adolescents, but adults may also use it in the workplace and in the relationship. Hostile aggression refers to the emotional charge, reactive behavior with the clear intent to harm a person or damage property. We have passive aggression, and you need also to know as a nurse to assess that and to see if the patient has passive aggression. It is an indirect expression of negative emotion. So the one will not confront someone directly. He may use sarcasm, withdrawal, or blaming others. When it comes to the children, and when you assess aggression in the children and adolescent, it is important to recognize that it often looks different than the adults. Young people may not have the same emotional regulation skills like others. So their behavior can appear more extreme or impulsive. So usually when you have children, you need to look at common signs include they may, for example, they may use kicking, hitting, or using object as a weapons. Intense tantrums that actually seem far beyond what the situations calls for. threatening to harm others or themselves. Sometimes they use words, and sometimes it comes through action, actually. One important science is hurting animals or destroying property, and this is clear warning signs that shouldn't be dismissed. Bullying behavior, verbal aggression, lying or stealing, and overall extreme, you will notice extreme irritability, impulsiveness, or mood swing that disrupt school or home life. So as a nurse, you need to ask even about the school and home lives. This is actually, all that is part from the emergency response when you have a patient with aggression and violence. You need to assess all of these after you stabilize the patient. Okay, another important factor you need to assess as a nurse or healthcare provider that actually make a person more likely to become aggressive or violence is the history of violence. Is the strongest single predictor, actually. So we usually, as a nurse, we ask if there is a past history of violence, because this is really a key and very important. If a patient has acted before violently in the past, they are at greater risk of doing that again and again. We look at the diagnosis, and it is really matter the diagnosis. Certain conditions have a higher risk, including schizophrenia, major depression, bipolar, substance use disorder, dementia, borderline, antisocial. They have really this diagnosis risk for aggression and violence. We look as well for the current behavior, because this is the key, actually. You need to look at the patient. If there is agitation, shouting, making threats, or refusal to follow limits, all that should raise concern for you as a nurse and healthcare provider, because as I said before, now you need to intervene to prevent the anger to move to the aggression and then to the violence. Age and gender, actually, this is from previous research. Younger individuals at higher risk. Men, they are more likely than women to act violently. Actually, the women, they attempt more, but the men, they act more and they die more they cause harm more because they have the lethal means more than women. They have access actually more than women. So another important things when you have a patient, please look at the social stress. You need to assess that. As I said before, if there is poverty, discrimination, homelessness, all that factor. You will look also if there is personal crisis or loss, such as divorce, separation, or death of the important person for the patient. All of these can push someone into aggression and violence. Again, as I said before, important part for your assessment as a nurse or healthcare provider is to assess the early exposure for the violence or aggression during the childhood. Now I will move to the management strategy for the aggression and violent patient. So now when you have them, you have a 3 strategy: de-escalation technique, pharmacological intervention, restraint, seclusion. We always, as a nurse and healthcare provider, we start with de-escalation technique, move to medication if needed, and then The last one will be the restraint or seclusion. So what I mean by de-escalation technique and how as a nurse or other healthcare provider we can use it. When we faced actually aggression or violent behavior, the very first goal for you as a nurse is the safety. For the patient, the staff, and the other as well. So first thing, you need to start with de-escalation technique. The goal of this de-escalation technique is to help patient regain control and prevent the need for physical intervention, such as restraint or seclusion. So what are the de-escalation techniques that you can do at the first line? You need to maintain a safe distance between you and the patient. You need to position yourself near an exit if possible. Never stand in the corner where you cannot get out. This is really important to protect the patient, to show respect for the patient, and to protect yourself and other staff. Approach in a calm but fair manner, because patient actually can sense fear or hostility. They can sense that, they can see it in you. So a calm manner can prevent escalation. Respect the patient personal space, as I said before, because if you do not do that and do not respect the patient personal space, invading the patient space can increase agitation. When you speak with the patient, at this time, you need to make sure that you be concise and clear about what you want to say. Use short, simple sentence when you speak to the patient. The patient actually at this time, he will not be able to understand you. So do not use complicated sentence with them. Try to be so clear with them and concise with them. Stay focused on the patient and their immediate needs. Do not get distracted by side issues. And the most important thing is you need to listen closely to your patient. What the patient is saying is important, so you need to listen to the patient. And just remember, if the patient feels that he is being heard by you, this can decrease his anger and prevent escalation. So for that reason, we use it as de-escalation technique. Offer choices whenever possible to the patient. Even small option like would you like water or juice? For example, or any other option that you give it to the patient, because this can give a person a sense of control over the situation, and this is what we need to do. This is our goal, the patient to regain his or her control. And finally, avoid sudden movement or physical contact with the patient unless necessary. This can easily be misinterpreted by the patient as a threat, and that can escalate the situation, and the patient can go to the aggression and violent. So all this you need to consider as a nurse. And this is the first line when you have a patient with aggression and violence in the hospital. So first line, just use the de-escalation technique. Pharmacological intervention, and I think if I am not wrong, Dr. Rufa, she mentioned some. So this is what some of the medication that we use with the patient, anti-anxiety, benzodiazepine, SSRI, mood stabilizer like lithium, and we use antipsychotic, Halidol, and other medication. We use it to calm acute agitation, and if the patient, for example, we use SRI sometimes for the patient when the aggression is linked to the mood or anxiety disorders. So for the medication, I want to emphasize something as well. As a nurse, you need to make sure that you administer this medication safely. Monitor the patient closely for the side effect, and always combine pharmacological treatment with therapeutic communication and follow-up care when you have a patient. So now, the last resort, when the medication, when the de-escalation technique all did not work to calm the patient, and the patient could not regain his control, now we move to the restraint and seclusion. So when the other strategy, as I said, failed, and the patient still has a risk or poses a danger to themselves or others, we may need to use restraint or seclusion. They are never first line, as I said. They are last resort. So what we mean by seclusion, as in the picture down, placing a patient in specially designed room. This room is built for safety. So this room, as you see in the picture, it has minimum or no furniture at all, soft or padded walls without sharp edge or like hanging point, no equipment that could be used for self-harm for the patient, secure door. There is always a window or monitoring system so the staff can observe the patient all the time, because patient needs to be in close monitoring all the time. So the purpose is not punishment for the patient. It is about giving the patient a low stimulation, controlled environment where they can calm down without risk to themselves or the other. So as a nurse, and also for other healthcare provider, our role is critical in ensuring that seclusion is done safely and ethically, and this is important. So you need to monitor the patient visually through the window or camera all the time. This include like physical safety, emotional state, and risk of self-harm. You need, as a nurse, to check the patient regularly for vital signs, and you need to do assessment and physical check for the patient when needed, providing basic needs, fluid, food, and essential care for the patient. So emotional support. Also, as a nurse, you can provide emotional support even if the patient is inside the seclusion room. Even the patient cannot fully engage with you, speaking calmly and reassuring them help reduce fear. You need, as a nurse, to record the exact time seclusion begin and the ends, why you use it, reason for the use, observation during the period, and any intervention provided for the patient. If you give medication, if you have done anything, you need to document this to protect you and protect us, to protect you because it is legal issue, and also for the continuity of the care of the patient. Also, as a nurse, you need to advocate for your patient. You need to ensure that seclusion is used for the shortest time possible and lifted as soon as safety allows. So as a nurse, your role is not just watch, but to actively care, protect, and support the patient during this highly vulnerable time for the patient. Another method is restraint, and here used only when there is an immediate risk of harm. It is similar to the seclusion. Restraint can be done in two ways, actually. We have chemical restraint, and here we are simply using medication to sedate or calm severely agitated patient. Common example of medication that we usually use it, like haloperidol or benzo. So we use it to chemically restrain the patient. We give the patient the medication to restrain the patient. Physical restraint is another type. So here, as you see in the picture, we use mechanical devices such as wrist straps or ankle straps or belt that actually restrict the movement of the patient. They are usually attached to the hospital bed, and the patient is actually kept in safe position, most often supine position. Here you need at least 4 to 5 trained staff member to apply them safely to avoid injury. So what we have strict actually standards of a practice we must follow when we apply physical restraint for the patient. This standard aim to protect the patient and protect the healthcare teams, and to make sure that the restraints are always used safely, ethically, and only when necessary. So as a nurse, you need to have a physician order for that, even if it is verbal in the emergency. You need, as I mentioned before, you need to have at least 4 to 5 trained staff members to apply the physical restraint. Even if the patient is highly agitated, you must explain what you are doing and why and the time needed. And this is actually, as I mentioned in the maybe 6th slide, this is to protect the patient. This is actually the patient rights. And you need to respect the patient dignity. So you need to explain to the patient, even if he is agitated, you still need to explain to the patient what you are doing. Yes?
I'm so sorry. Do you accidentally stop your screen? We cannot see your screen, or you already done
No,
with this?
no. It is there. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but we cannot see your screen actually.
I will share again. Wait.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
I will share again. Wait, I'm sorry for that. Okay, here.
No problem.
Mm.
You may reshare again the screen.
Okay. Okay. Do you see it right now? I will open. Do you see it?
Yeah, it's
okay.
there. There you go.
Okay.
For interrupting.
No, that is fine. Okay. The patient as well is usually placed, as you see in the picture, in supine position on their back. So the upper limb are restrained before the lower limb, as you see in the picture. Special care is taken to avoid restricting breathing or circulation. So it shouldn't be too tight in the patient limbs. You need to make sure there is like two fingers actually under the straps that you are using in the limb. Regular monitoring. You need to provide regular monitoring, usually every 15 minutes, for vital signs, circulation in the limb, and the patient mental state actually must be checked frequently. The patient, you need to provide the basic need for the patient, again, hydration, the toilet, and the comfort measure for your patient. If agitation remains, at this time, you can give BRN medication to calm your patient as prescribed by the doctor. You need to document every detail, the behavior that lead to the restraint, alternative intervention that you have done, like de-escalation when you start, or if you give medication before, the time it began and ended, and the patient responses, and also even the names of the staff involved in the restraint of the patient. Important safety consideration when you are dealing with a patient, aggressive patient. Safety, as I said before, it must come first. It should be for the patient, even for the healthcare provider, and for the other in the environment. So here, some essential safety consideration you need to consider in your practice. You need to stay calm and avoid confrontation, as I said before. You need to pay attention to your language when you speak with a patient, to your posture. Respond early at the first signs of agitation rather than waiting until the crisis peaks. The most important thing here is never put yourself at unnecessary risk. Your safety is part of the patient safety. If you are safe, the patient is safe. If you are safe, you will take care of the patient and you will help the patient. The setting, the environment should be arranged for safety. Any dangerous object that the patient can use, such as sharp tools or glass item, you need to remove it. Even the furniture, arrange the furniture so there are nothing to block the exit, and this is important. If you need to go outside the room, nothing should block the door of the room or the exit of the place. Ensure good lighting and visibility so you can monitor your patient. Always know your exit route in case the situation escalates. Never approach a high-risk patient by yourself. You need to have a team, trained team with you. So the presence of the team in front of the patient provide both protection and reassurance. So always go to the patient with the other trained teams, either nurses, doctors. It depends on the arrangement in the hospital. Speak with the patient with respect. As I said before, no sudden movement, simple, clear instruction. Show empathy and validate the patient feeling and maintain good limit setting with your patient. As I said, team-based intervention. You need to have additional staff when you anticipate aggression or agitation. Actually, teamwork, when you have teamwork, and why we are using teamwork when we are dealing with agitated patient or aggression or violence or anger, even because the team, when you have teamwork, you show what we call it sometimes show of force without escalation. So this means that positioning staff in a calm, confident, and visible way will show the patient that help is available and control can be maintained, but without shouting or threats to the patient, so without escalating the situation. When you have a team, you need to assign a clear role for them. Each team member, before approaching the patient, they need to know what is their role. One person should lead the communication, for example, giving clear and consistent instruction. The other one focus on safety, ensuring exit is clear, observing body language, and being ready for if restraint is required, for example. Another may be responsible for medication administration if we need to use them during the crisis.
Dr. Rahab, you have 10 minutes.
Excuse me?
You have 10 minutes left for your presentation.
Okay. So another important emergency is suicidal emergency. It is most critical area in psychiatric emergency. It is the major, actually, public health emergency. Here I have some statistic. More than 90% of the individual die by suicide. They have mental disorder, most often depression, bipolar. It is the third leading cause of death among young people and the fourth among adults and eighth among people aged from 45 to 64. Single people at risk, women attempt suicide more often, but men complete suicide more frequently. People with religious affiliation have less risk than the other. And also the suicide are high in the two extreme for the wealthy and very poor people compared to the middle class. So what we mean by suicide? We have actually three important concepts that we need to consider. So suicide is the act of intentionally causing injury, self-directed injuries behavior with the intent to die. When we say a suicide attempt is non-fatal, self-directed, potential injury behavior carried out with the intent to die, and suicidal ideation is just about thinking, considering, or planning for suicide. So there is a lot of things as a nurse you need to consider as a risk factor for the suicide. Person history matters. Previous suicide attempt are stronger protector for future attempt. Psychological factor, feeling of hopelessness, high impulsivity or aggressive tendency, any mental disorder, depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, or drug abuse, any barriers to care, stigma, or if they have limited access to mental health services, or any life stressor actually that could lead to or increase the risk for suicide. Any demographic factor, as I mentioned in the statistic, there is different demographic factors that contribute or increase the risk. Environmental, I am so sorry. So environmental factors such as easy access to lethal means, medication, firearms, cultural media influences, and also isolation increase the risk for suicide. So the most important things here that I want to say is the warning signs of a suicide. How do you know? When it comes to suicide, there is always warning signs you need to look for. Some people, they say it directly. They talk about wanting to die, feeling hopeless, or feeling like a burden. They will say something like, I am going to end my life, or these nightmares will only end when I die. There is another emotional signs you need as a nurse to look for. Sudden mood swing, intense anxiety, or even strange calmness after a long period of depression, which can mean they have made a decision. And this is really a red flag for you. We have behavior. You need to look for the behavioral signs or clue. They withdraw from the family and the friend, take dangerous risk, give away possessions, or start searching for ways to end their life. All these signs actually are red flag. Whenever you see them, we must take them seriously and act immediately. So here I have, as a nurse, you need to assess the demographic risk factor, and it is similar to what I mentioned before in the statistic. Also, the most here I have when you assess, this is actually important slide. When you assess the patient for suicide ideas or act, you need to ask them directly. So if you have them, ask them directly. If you suspect the patient may have suicidal ideation or whatever, just ask directly about the seriousness of their intent. Do they have a plan? Do they have the means to carry it out? How lethal are those means? You need to ask as a nurse to assess the patient. And this is important because here you can intervene. Behavioral clues, as I mentioned before, they will write notes, sudden move, shift, or verbal signs when the patient say, I want to die, or this is the last time you will see me. All these are signs for you, and you need to assess it when you have a patient. Interpersonal, another assessment for the interpersonal support system. Does the patient have availability of strong support system? Does the patient have good coping skills? What the patient done before in terms of the coping strategies, and what works for the patient and what did not work for the patient. Here, risk and protective factor. You need to look for the risk factor if the patient tried before to end their life. If there is any drug abuse, mental disorder, family history, and this is important to assess when you have a patient. Impulsivity, barriers to care, illness, or any life stressor, even that happened to the patient. You need to look at the protective factor, which include if the patient have good support or restriction to the lethal means. And this is very important, especially if you have adolescent in this and you assess young people. You need to know if they have access to lethal means or not. So another, now we are moving to the management of the suicidal patient. You need to create safe environment. This means removing any harmful object, sharp item, glass, medication, anything that could be used to self-harm. You will provide close monitoring for the patient, even during meals or medication administration. The patient may try to hide the pills or anything else. Sometimes you need to do room search if necessary to ensure no hidden means are available. We have something, we call it safety contract. Sometimes we do it. It is short form verbal or written agreement with the patient, promises not to harm themselves and agrees to look for staff if they have any suicidal thought that comes. Close observation, as I said before, usually every 15 minutes, you need to check the client to make sure the client is safe. You need to check the level of the risk. Medication administration, you need to monitor each dose carefully to prevent hoarding or misuse of pills. The patient, as I said before, maybe hide the medication. Also, we perform usually frequent, irregular round, especially during times such as night shift, early in the morning, during shift change, or when the unit is busy. The unpredictability actually of this check help maintain safety and reduce opportunity for self-harm for the patient. So I know I don't have enough time, but we have other emergencies such as psychosis crisis, mania, PTSD, panic attack. So basically, in psychosis crisis, it's characterized by symptoms such as hallucination, delusion, paranoia, or disorganized thought. Why it is important? Because symptom can distort reality, and the patient may no longer able to judge what is safe or dangerous. Here, I want to highlight command hallucination. Hearing, which means the patient will hear voices that tell him to harm themselves or the others. And you need to pay attention for that, because if the patient try, that means crisis. So as a healthcare provider, what you need to do, maintain calm, non-judgmental attitude. Do not argue with the delusion or try to prove the patient is wrong, because this will increase the agitation for the patient. So just offer reassurance and structure, provide a quiet, low stimulation environment, and administer antipsychotic medication. Another crisis is the mania-related emergency, and usually you will see the patient hyperactive, there is a reduced in sleep, pressured speech, grandeur or irritability. You will see risky sexual behavior, aggression when confronted. So as a healthcare provider, what you need to do, again, low stimulation environment. Stay calm with the patient. Do not confront the patient, especially in the mania, because it will escalate rapidly. So set consistent, respectful limit, and this is important for the manic patient. You can give mood stabilizer, lithium, or antipsychotic medication depending on the symptom of the patient. Another crisis is anxiety and panic crisis. They are sudden intense fear. The patient will feel overwhelmed. If you look at the patient, you will see intense fear, chest pain, hyperventilation, or sense of doom. So here we have overlap actually with heart attack. This is important because one of the main risks of panic attack is that they can mimic the cardiac emergency. For that reason, our first responsibility as a healthcare provider is rule out the medical causes, such as heart attack. Even if the patient in the crisis, please, at the beginning, rule out any cardiac emergency before you start with a psychiatric emergency or your role as psychiatric nurse. Once physical illness, you excluded, no physical illness, now focus shift to reassurance and the grounding technique. Reorient the patient, help the patient slow their breathing, and remind them that the attack is not fatal. This is very important for the patient. And also we use benzodiazepine when short acting, if the panic attack is very severe. I have also trauma-related emergency, PTSD, and acute stress. It includes intrusive flashback, recurrent nightmares, hypervigilant. The patient will feel disconnected from themselves or their surrounding. The risk actually will vary in this moment. Some patients may act violently, especially if they feel threatening or re-experience the trauma that they had. Other may withdraw completely, become unresponsive, or emotionally shut down. So the risk in this, so now during this, if the patient acts violently, as a healthcare provider and nurse, you should provide a safe, calm environment. It is actually similar to the management before, to the psychosis and anxiety. Validate feeling of the patient, use grounding and reassurance, and refer to trauma-focused therapy. We use CBT with this patient, and I think Dr. Rufa, she spoke about the CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and when we use it. So I think here I can stop, and I think this is the end. I know at the end I went fast with my slides, so I am so sorry for that.
Thank you so much for Dr. Rahab for the presentation. As someone who is not working on this industry, I would say it's a lot to digest today, but it's so much interesting information from both Dr. Rufa and Dr. Rahab. I hope everyone and all the participants is paying attention closely to the information because there's a lot of Interesting information in there. We have questions already. A lot of the participants are raising hands. Dr. Rufa, are you still here? Okay, we're waiting for Dr. Rufa to join us again, hopefully, because we have no idea if there's participants are asking questions for her in the later session. We are going to start the question from Ibu Mulia Mayang. Ibu, if you can unmute your mic, or Kamati, if you can help Bu Mayang or Bu Mulia to unmute her mic, please, so she can talk to both Dr. Hab and Dr. Rufa. Can you unmute your mic, Ibu? Oh, okay. So, Kamati, Pak Faisal, and team, can you please help Ibu Mulia to unmute her mic?
Okay, thank you very much for the attention. My name is Mulia Mayangsari. I'm from UNHM, Universitas Nur Huda Mustafa University. My rehab, that how to manage a patient who became aggressive when we know that the patient is introvert patient. How to become, yes, we as long as a nurse, we want to be help to manage a patient who become aggressive when we know that the patient is introvert patient. That's
Okay, that's a really good question, interesting question. Dr. Hab, are you able to?
I am so, could you please repeat the question?
Do you want me
If
to
you don't
repeat, or
yes, Dr.
Bu
Hab.
Mulia, you can repeat?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay, okay. How to manage a patient who become aggressive when we know that the patient is introvert patient?
The patient is introvert and aggressive at the same time. How to manage them?
Yes.
You mean socially isolated, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think introverted means the patient has something, social issues, cannot interact.
Social issue, yes, social issue. So actually, if you have patient that is aggressive and withdrawal or have social issues, communication with other or whatever, the first thing as a nurse, just remember your communication skills with a nurse. This is the first line. You need to use de-escalation technique, as I mentioned before, how you speak with the patient. Your instruction should be clear and concise with the patient. How you position yourself. You need to protect the patient personal space. You need to keep a space between you and the patient. How you sit in front of the patient. As well, you need to be firm with the patient, set limit. So this is important, to set limit, to respect the patient, to give a clear and concise sentence to the patient instruction, and stay just focused to the patient and listen to the patient. This is the first line, de-escalation technique. If that didn't work with you, you will move either to medication. You will go to give the medication, anti-anxiety or whatever the doctor will prescribe to you, or at the end, very end, seclusion and restraint by the doctor order. So this is the consequences and the step how you should deal with the patient who are aggressive. Regarding the introverted or someone socially withdrawal, here my priority is the aggression when I deal with the patient. And after that, I can look to the other things like social issue with the patient. But in the emergency, the priority will be the aggression itself. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Dr. Rahab, for the response. Ibu Mulia, do you have any follow-up questions for that? Yeah, go ahead. I think you're still muted. If you can unmute your mic, please. Kamati, please help unmute Dr. Mulia, Ibu Mulia's mic. Go ahead. Your mic is on, hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, for my opportunity. Okay, doctor. Yes, understand. I can understand what the how to manage a patient. That's I can apply it to my patient, or if I know that the patient is introvert person and he become to be aggressive when we know that the patient is introvert patient. Like that.
Okay, Dr. Hab, can you hear the follow-up question from Ibu Mulia?
No,
Yes,
no.
you mean, oh, okay. So I answer your question.
Yeah, it's a response. Yeah, you
Yes,
can
understand.
add the
Yes.
response. Or is it enough for now?
Yes, yes, it's enough.
Okay. Bu Mulia, that was interesting question. If you have any more questions, you can raise your hand again later on. That's a good question, talking about introverted and aggressive at the same time. Hopefully you can manage and talk in short and clear instruction, just like what Dr. Rahab say with your passion later on if you experience that crisis. Let's move on. Thank you, Ibu Mulia, for the question. I appreciate it. Let's move on to the next question, Pak Pandu. Committee, if you can help Pak Pandu to unmute his mic.
Yeah, sorry. Did my part audible? Ms. Nuril?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, you're
Okay.
audible.
Hello, Dr. Rahab. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I have some question, but the first one, I so interested with your slide about phase in the development of a crisis that tell us about a crisis point. My first question is the crisis point. How can we know that the people is already in crisis point? That is the first question. And the second question is about the post-crisis depression. I want to asking that, but before I ask, I want to tell you that some people in Indonesian still thinking that mental health problem is caused by something that not scientifically, but accidentally caused by the lack of faith and the others like that. So how can we make deal about uh, mental health problem of the person, but without judging them that they are have the lack of faith, that they are don't have some religious what the religious side like that. How we make deal about that? Because uh, I have met some people that they feel so hurtful when when some people told them that you have lack of faith, you have lack of blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, mental health problem is a special one like that. How we make deal about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Pandu, for the question. We have two questions for Pak Pandu here. Dr. Hab?
Yes, thank you for your question. For the crisis phase, you ask about the crisis phase and post-crisis depression phase, how you differentiate between these two. I am right? So in the crisis phase, when the patient, we don't want the patient to reach a crisis phase. So if he reach this phase, that means he become violent. He will try to self-harm. When you will see him, he will act irrationally. So here is red flag, safety. You need to make safety because the patient violent in this case. So before it was not violence, in the previous phase, escalation, you can handle the patient with de-escalation technique. But now in the crisis phase, it is already, the patient is already violent and the patient can harm you and harm other patient and other staff. And usually, if you go to the restraint and seclusion, usually they use it here if they could not handle the patient. Okay, when you go to the post-crisis depression, now the patient recover, so the crisis already end now, and the patient calm down. Okay, but the patient feel guilt and shame. So for that reason, we are saying depression. He felt guilt and shame about what did happen before. Or emotionally exhausted. So here, You need to pay attention, because depression, you need to pay attention. There is no risk he will go through suicide at this point from the shame and guilt that the patient has during this time. So provide emotional support and close observation for the patient. Is that answer your question or first question?
Yeah, I'm still want to know. Is it okay, moderator?
Yeah, sure. Can
Yeah.
follow up the responses. Go ahead.
Just a little bit story about my friend like that. I found some people that thinking I want to suicide, I want to end my life. It's just about some problem, and he or she told me that some people told me that I have this condition, this stress condition. It's caused by my lack of faith, my lack of knowledge, my lack of uh, my lack of faith to the goddess and the other. How can we
Religious.
make deal? Yeah, and how can we make deal about the emotional support? What kind of emotional support that we can give to them, to the people like that, like be but not hurting them anymore like that. Because in Indonesian, that is still the main problem. People with the mental health problem is what's that?
It's judged, it's considered, yeah.
Yeah, is considered with the people with that have a lack of faith like that. How can we make deal about that?
Okay, so the story you give
Sorry,
us,
Dr.
it is about, yes, the story you just mentioned is about someone who, if I understand, he thinking about end his life, or?
Yeah.
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 Correct.
Okay. So, and this is a problem in mental health. Stigma. People, they do not go to the doctor. They do not ask for, this is a stigma. In this case you mentioned, we cannot decide. He may have depression, this person. Maybe he has like life stressor or something happening in his life caused depression and lead him to think in this way. So it is not, so you are, as a nurse, you are nurse, by the way, or yes. So biopsychosocial approach. You need to look at everything regarding this patient, the history of the family, the life stressor, and biological and all the other things for this patient. So we cannot decide, like lack of faith could be part of it, but what about the other part? Biological, what about his family? And the other things that could contribute to that. So it is difficult. You cannot say lack of faith only. No, it is not only. There is biopsychosocial, and this person, you cannot understand what is happening to him until he go to the doctor and receive the diagnosis from the doctor, because it can be depression. And when you approach patient with depression, it will be different from patient just having lack of faith, or the patient doesn't have really good coping skills, So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. Last question, please.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. I'm so interested in this mental health problem because some people that I met have this thing like that. How can we ask the people with the mental health problem to come to doctor, to come to psychologist, to come to the professional like that? But it's still weird like that in here in Indonesia. No, not all people is thinking that I have a stress condition. I don't need doctor. I need to something and the others, but they didn't understand that your condition is need a professional like that. How can we ask them like that?
So to convince them, it is difficult actually, not easy, and this is issue everywhere in the world, So usually what we are doing is mental health awareness program, and we encourage people and teach people about the signs and symptom of disease and the intervention, the available help to them. So we just encourage them. We increase the awareness, but it is, I know, it is difficult to convince someone to go to that. It is very difficult because the stigma. So the only way is just mental health awareness for the people. This is the only way to convince them.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Dr.
Pak
Rahab. Thank you,
Pandu.
moderator.
Thank you
Those
so much.
are interesting questions, and it happened around us. I believe everyone here or also experienced the same thing, convincing their friends or their families to actually take care of their mental health to the professionals. I hope that you as a nurse can have a smooth transition, telling your friend and convincing him to go to the professional later. Thank you. You can also approach the committee if you want to talk to Dr. Rahab later with email, right? Next, Ibu Siti. Thank you for waiting, Ibu. You may unmute. Oh, sorry, committee. If you can help unmute Ibu Siti's mic, please. Ibu Siti, your mic is on.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Mhm.
I'm Siti Sulaiha. I'm from Universitas Nur Huda Mustafa. My questions for Dr. Rufa.
Dr.
What is the
Rufa?
difference? Yes, Dr. Rufa.
Yeah, Dr. Rufa, are you here? Can you please unmute your mic? Or committee, if you see Dr. Rufa's account, you can unmute her mic, please. Is Dr. Rufa here?
I think Dr. Rufa already left.
Oh, okay. Do you want to still ask the questions or do you want
If
to?
Dr. Rufa has leave this room,
Mhm.
I would like to give a question for Dr.
Yes.
Rehab. Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah. What early warning signs of suicidal behavior are most often overlooked? Because as well as know that there are so many things happen in our environment. But my specific question is, what early warning signs of suicidal behavior are most often overlooked? Thank you.
Dr. Hab? Dr. Hab, can you hear us? Okay, I think
Yes.
yes.
You
Can you
do
hear
you hear
us?
me?
Yeah.
Okay. If I understand the question, what is the warning signs for suicide? We can see it easily, or is this a question? I am right?
Yes.
Yes. So the first and important thing, the patient will say that directly to you. He will say something like, I am going to end my life. Even as a nurse, you need to ask the patient directly about that. Are you thinking about ending your life, for example? So it will be, you will ask the patient directly. So the patient will say it directly to you. The other thing is that you will notice intense anxiety in the patient, or mood swing that change from day to night in the patient. Some behaviors that will give you red flag as well. The patient will withdraw from family and friends. He will maybe do some risky behavior. He may give his things to, like, for example, if he have a clothes or something, he may start giving his things to the other people. I don't need it, just take it. You can take it. If he has anything, his car or anything, he will start giving that things to the other people. He may write notes about what he wants to happen in the future after his death. So all these signs, you will ask the family, actually. You will ask the patient and the family to understand these signs. So if you notice anything, you should to intervene immediately with the patient. And I hope this is the answer, or...
Yeah, Ibu Siti, you may have follow-up responses on that answer from Dr. Rehab.
Okay, thank you very much for the response and for the answer. I have one more question. May I?
Yes, you are allowed to add responses to that. Go ahead.
Does mental health stigma significantly impact suicide rates? About the mental health stigma, does mental health stigma significantly impact suicide rates? Why or why not?
Impact what?
Impact of stigma.
On what?
On suicide rate.
Impact of stigma. So people with depression who are at risk for suicide, they may not go to seek help from the doctors because the stigma. Yes, but so if they do not go and ask for help, they will eventually commit suicide or try to kill themselves at the end. Especially if the family members, if the friends of the people around them, they do not notice and they do not intervene. The problem, some people, they do not have for that reason, I was speaking about mental health awareness for the people. For example, suicide is one of the mental health awareness that you can do. So the family and the friends and other people, they can understand when they notice anything on the patient. So they can intervene and they can convince the patient to go to the doctor and get the help before he commits suicide. So yes, stigma can impact the suicide rate if they do not ask for help. Yes, it will go. And it is also in the research. So this is a really great question. There is research about the suicide rates. And one of the reasons is stigma, actually, from the factors. Yes.
Great. Ibu Siti, what do you think about the answer from Dr. Rahab? Do you want to add more to that response? Or are you enough for now? Kamati, I think Bu Siti has issues on unmuting her mic. Can you please help her? Yes.
Okay, thank you
Sure.
very much for the moderator and for the Dr. Rehab. I'm very okay for the answer. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. That's a great question. So, if the stigma continues and exists in our community, the suicide rate is higher each day. So hopefully, we can reduce the stigma, especially the nurses and the future nurses joining us and the participants today. Dr. Rahab, I think that's probably all the questions for today because it's already almost 1. And before we move forward with the MC, we want to appreciate our speakers today on behalf of the committee. Committee, can you share the token of appreciation, the certificate for the speakers? Yay! Let's give a big round of applause to our speakers of the second session, Dr. Rufa and Dr. Rehab. Thank you, Dr. Rehab, for your contribution. It was wonderful to have you and all the knowledge that we gained from your presentation. Do you have any closing statement before we move forward?
Thank you so much for giving me this great opportunity to speak. And I am so sorry. I know my PowerPoint was long.
No, it was wonderful.
If someone has any question, they can send me email. They can speak with me. I am open to that, so I can give more explanation. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause once again to Dr. Rufa and Dr. Rahab. Again, Dr. Rahab said, if you want to have a discussion after this session or after this webinar, you can approach the committee and ask for Dr. Rahab's contact or email, so you can email her later. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, we have now come to the end of our webinar. On behalf of the committees, I would like to sincerely thank our speakers for their enlightening and inspiring presentations. And all participants, thank you so much for your active engagement. I really, really appreciate it. As moderator today, we have today's session brings meaningful insights for us all. And we hope that you have learned today will not stop here and will inspire you to take meaningful steps ahead, whether in research, community services, community engagement, practices in hospital or puskesmas, wherever you are working now. Please also stay connected with all the speakers and the committees and with each other to continue this important conversation. Thank you once again for being with us today. Wishing you all the best in your professional journey. Have a wonderful day ahead, and we look forward to seeing you again in our upcoming webinars. Pantun dari Miss Nurir, berlayar perahu ke seberang lautan. Angin sepoi membawa banyak harapan. Terima kasih atas ilmu dan perhatian. Sampai jumpa di pertemuan mendatang. Back to MC, Ibu Riza. Thank you so much. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nuri Rahma, Master of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of all materials for our international webinar speakers is complete. Before we end this webinar, let's sing the song Bagimu Negeri. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end part of the international webinar, First Aid and Emergency Response to Mental Disorder in Adult and Children. On behalf of the entire committee, we would like to say thank you for your active participation today. See you in another webinar. I'm Risa Friana, signing off. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you,
warahmatullahi
Mrs.
wabarakatuh.
Risa. Thank you very much, Mrs. Nurir.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Nurir, Bu Risa,
Thank you so much, Bu
Senawi.
Nuril. Amazing. Thank you.
Luar biasa, terima kasih sekali Bu Nurir, Bu Risa. Oke. Pak Faisal, kita akan dengan peserta ya Pak yang mungkin belum bisa menyelesaikan LMS-nya.
Siap, Bu. Ya, Bu.
Oke.
Ya, bagi peserta yang masih